Chat. Hello and welcome to what is going to be a hectic ass stream, and we're gonna get it. We're gonna fucking go and determine the best game ever. But first, we'll chill for a bit. Hang out. How's everyone doing today? How's life? Rigged for Outer Wilds? What? No. Come on. It's not as if I put Outer Wilds in the easiest category. It's not as if I have it going against an easier set of games than other stuff. No, of course not. Can we listen to some game music? What do you mean? When I talk about each game, yeah, I'll play music from the game, if that's what you mean. If that's what you're asking, yes. That is how this will work. How am I? I'm good. Pretty excited. Been excited for this for a while. Should be good for you. By the way, who did it? LaMarie, thank you for the sub. 8 months. Hell yeah. I appreciate you. Hollow Knight is doomed? I don't know. It's been interesting seeing everybody talk about all the selections. And like people immediately say like Outer Wilds has no chance. Zach Boss, thank you for the Prime. Hell yeah, I appreciate you. Saying Outer Wilds has no chance. And I don't know. Don't get me wrong, Outer Wilds is probably the least popular game on the list, but my community, people who watch Rasputin, I don't know. We'll see. Dis, thank you for the sub. 10 months. Current 5-month streak. Chilling with rats. Thank you. Bottom left is the hardest. Bottom left's hard for sure. Chat is the Wild West. Yeah. I mean, no spoils. I think it'll come down to Last of Us and Breath of the Wild. Maybe. Also watch Jacob Geller, and therefore we fucking love. True. I also think I have a bunch of Joseph Anderson fans. Granted, Joe is streaming right now. So, we'll see. I think if the Joe fans came in, Hollow Knight would probably win. Oh, it says Hollow Knight? It shouldn't. It should just say just chat. Okay. That's not me pushing any sort of bias. It's not me pushing any sort of bias. I'm not trying to get you to vote Hollow Knight. Will Super Mario 64 make it? Super Mario 64 did not make it. Best game ever as an all-time. I mean, best game that I put somewhat, not arbitrarily. I didn't put anything arbitrarily on this list. But yeah, oh fuck, we got a lot of people here already. I didn't put anything arbitrarily on the list, but I'll be honest in that I didn't always put my I'll go over all the rules and how everything's gonna work in a bit. I didn't put all my favorite games. Not a Skyrim fan? No, I don't like Skyrim. I'm not a big Skyrim fan. I decided to put some other stuff. Skyrim's super important. Well, let's give it that, all right? Skyrim is very important. I do prefer Oblivion. If I'm being honest. Skyrim's very important, though. All right. So this is the bracket for anyone who didn't know. I went with a mixture of look. All right. For those of you who know me, my 4 favorite games of all time. You say, assume. What are my 4 favorite games of all time? Do you know? Hollow Knight Sunday. It's always Hollow Knight Sunday. Do you know? Can you guess? Fortnite? Yep. Hollow Knight actually isn't it. Fergalicious, thank you for the Prime. Hell yeah. Garfield Kart? Yep. But I am replaying Hollow Knight, and it might actually take the spot. Knack 2, Super Mario Brothers 2, Outer Wilds, and Knack the original. Yep. Yeah, so my 4 favorites, which all made the list because I'm biased, obviously, are Outer Wilds, Dark Souls, Shadow of the Colossus, and Breath of the Wild. Here's the weird thing. I like Bloodborne more than I like Dark Souls. But Dark Souls is still above it in my favorites. Does that make sense? How do we come to terms with that? Does that make any sense? Does anyone else feel that same way about shit? Where you're like, this is my favorite, but I like these things more? I think it resonates with me more. It was more important for me at the time that I played it than Bloodborne was. I think Dark Souls is so much more important to gaming than Bloodborne is. Just like me with Wind Waker, yeah. No New Vegas. New Vegas was definitely a contender. I haven't beaten New Vegas is the issue, which is a problem on me. I should play. I didn't want to include anything I haven't beaten. Haven't beaten Sekiro. Makes zero sense at all. All right, Ben Matt. Jesus. Fine. Yeah, nostalgic value. Nostalgic value is a big thing. I think it's also like, by the time I had played Bloodborne, I had already played Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2. I think Bloodborne was before Dark Souls 3. My point is, I had played things like Bloodborne. When I played Dark Souls, I guess I had played Demon Souls, but Dark Souls felt like an elevation of that, in a way that was easier for me to latch onto and love. So that's my point on it. I think Bloodborne, like if I were to play Dark Souls or Bloodborne, I'd probably choose Bloodborne. But I feel like Dark Souls is more important. Dishonored, great. Look, here's what it comes down to. This is 16 games for the 2021 season, you know? It's just this season. 2022, it might be a different selection of 16 games. This is what I figured. This is a mixture of what I liked the most and also what I think would be popular. So for example, Final Fantasy VII is not my favorite Final Fantasy game, by a fair bit. I like Final Fantasy IX way more, but in a competition like this, Final Fantasy IX would stand no fucking chance. Also, oddly enough, I like, hey, just to be careful here, I like The Last of Us 2 more than I liked The Last of Us. Shh. But putting The Last of Us 2 on here, no chance. It would fucking lose immediately. No shot. It would have no shot. Dark Souls. As I said, I think Dark Souls is more important, but I prefer Bloodborne. I think Bloodborne would do a little worse. I don't even like the Witcher series. Mario Odyssey is not my favorite Mario game. Mario Odyssey is probably the weirdest one on here. Because I think most people probably, I think there's a large group of people that think Mario Odyssey is a pinnacle of Mario, and cool, good for you, that's great. But I think Mario Odyssey is a lot of people's second favorite Mario game. This is my working theory about why Mario Odyssey kind of raises to the top. It's the Academy Award winner of video games. It's a lot of people's second favorite Mario game. Okay? But the first favorite is so it's so different for everyone. It's your least favorite. I'm not a huge Odyssey fan. I'm just talking about the general public. I held votes, and I'm sorry, Mario 64, but you got fucked over, dude. You lost, and you lost hard. But yeah, I think a lot of people are like, Galaxy is the top. But yeah, Odyssey's my next favorite. And other people are like, fuck Galaxy. Galaxy is trash. 64 is the GOAT. And yeah, Odyssey kind of, expands on 64's legacy. And then other people are like, fuck 64. I like Sunshine. And that person's just wrong. That person is just incorrect, you know? Who says Galaxy is trash? Lots of people. A lot of people don't like Galaxy because they don't like the movement of Galaxy. So yeah, here's the point I'm trying to make. Not all of these games are my personal favorites. Not all of these games will be your personal favorites. These games are the ones that I thought would be most competitive in a competition like this. And I think mostly I did a good job with that. Also, I didn't order them in any sort of like, here are the open world games against each other, or here are the RPGs or indies or Metroidvanias, because like at a point you're always gonna have a dumb matchup. And look, as seriously as I'm going to take it from this point on, as seriously as I'm going to take it from this point on, this doesn't matter. This has only value in fun. I won't say that again. I'm going to act like it's the most important thing ever. But, yeah, you know, it's not that serious. Where's Frog Fractions? In the trash where it belongs. Where's Ghost of Tsushima? You mean the most mid-game ever made? I don't know. I love more of you here than normal, and just slapping you with the hot takes. Metroid Exodus, I haven't beaten Exodus. Also, I think as fun as Exodus is, it just would not do well. It would not do well on a bracket like this, unfortunately. Just here to make sure Outer Wilds win. I hope it does. Look, and here's the other thing. Tons of games that could belong here. Try narrowing something down to 16. Try narrowing something down to just 16 games and showing it to someone where they don't say, why isn't this game on here? It's impossible. It's impossible. Because I genuinely think if I didn't include any one of these games, someone would say it. Because I didn't have some of these games on here and people said it. Should I be concerned that I haven't played half these games? I guess it depends which half of the games you haven't played. As far as being here and voting, though, no, we love uninformed voters. Uninformed voters are the bedrock of our democracy. So when we vote, so the format of how this is going to work. After this point, I've given you a little bit of time to voice what you wish was on here. After this point, I'm not going to respond to anything of why isn't X game on here, because we're going to talk about the games that are on this list. That's the focus of this. So, you know, for anyone that spams the same game, which it doesn't seem like you guys are doing, which is good. If anyone's spamming stuff, you know, you might get beat up by the mods. Who knows? I can't control them. They control me. The mods run this place. The way it's going to work is we will go through each matchup. I will do an elevator pitch on each game, talk about them for a handful of minutes, and then open up the voting to you. Look, I am one human, and I have my own personal biases. Obviously, I have my own biases. I will try to present them in as equally as a light as I can. I will not. Admittedly, I probably will lead it a bit because it's impossible not to. But you know, I'm gonna do my best. Look, what I'm trying to say is I'll say good things about Mass Effect 2. I promise I'll say good things about Mass Effect 2. And yeah, after that, you guys will vote. And let's do a test vote. Let's do a test vote. I'll show you how the voting works here. What is better? So pretty much you will get questions, and how it works is you have to hit 1 or 2. Theo, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. You'll have to type 1 or 2 into the chat to vote for what you want, and I'll always say before. So here's the first poll. What is better? So 1 for Zelda 2 and 2 for Mario 2. Oh god, Mario 2's Donkey's done a number on you guys. Donkey has done a number on you. Just so you know, you can only vote once. Your vote will only count once. So if you try spamming it and doing it multiple times, it does not count. And I bring this up because I see multiple I see multiple of you trying to vote more than once. It shows me. It shows me. May I vote third party? No. I see you. You're only allowed to vote once. All right, so the winner of this test poll, the clear winner, the better game of the two is Zelda 2. So that's how it works. All right. And yeah, that is how we'll do it. Cool. Any questions, chat? When do the mail-in ballots come? You had to get the mail-in ballots by today. No need for the stream. It's Outer Wilds. We'll see. How much can blind love? Like, just because the people who love Outer Wilds, I think probably love Outer Wilds more than any other game on this list, except for maybe Hollow Knight fans. I don't know. Time to cancel Raz for his opinion on Mario 2. Listen, let me show you my opinion on Mario 2 real quick. You ready? You ready to see my opinion on Mario 2?
Doki Doki Panic. Pretty much everything there is to say about this great game that was eventually reskinned to be Super Mario 2 has already been said. So with that, thanks for watching.
That's all I have to say, all right? That's all there is to be said about Super Mario 2. That's all there is to be said. There's nothing else that you need to hear. That's all there is to it. Zelda 2, unironically good. Mario 2, ironically good. Anyway, will I get through the whole bracket today? I saw someone asking that. That is the plan. For those who don't know the full lore, about a month ago or 3 weeks ago, we did a similar bracket. We did a similar bracket on the best music, the best soundtracks of games. Let me pull it up. Let me find it. Where the fuck is it? I probably just had. I'll find it on Twitter. What if I had prepared? Chat. Fuck. I didn't prepare. We did a similar bracket that we got through the entire thing, and I think that one probably was a little bit longer. So here was the results of the bracket. It's a little hard to read, and I'm going to be better about it on this one. So yeah, the first, it was Hollow Knight won. Hollow Knight beat out Outer Wilds in the final, surprisingly. So this is how the last one, and we got through that in one whole stream, so we can probably do it again. Hey Hash, how you doing? So yeah, the goal is to get through it all. See, DKC 2 got robbed. Yeah, I mean, it was against Undertale, which is a tough matchup, and I think especially tough when you have Zoomers. It's especially tough when you got Zoomers in the chat. You know, that's the thing. Lots of Zoomers, and that's fine. The election was... No. It's just the youth vote. It's just the youth vote. It's how things should go. I'm just saying Zoomers influence the election. That's not a bad thing. That's what we want. Danor, thank you for the 2 gifted. I appreciate you. All right. Did I have anything else I wanted to talk about? Did I? Uninformed voters, of course. Theo, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Theo is a gamer. This is a sponsored ad for Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds, the only game that ever mattered. So yeah, one thing I'm curious to see before we get started, I want everybody to type 2 things. Wait till I say type them, okay? The first game, I want you to type 2 games. The first game I want you to type is what you want to win, and the second is what you think will win. Fuck, God, stop. No, stop. God, fuck. This is the most people I've had in a while. I forgot that Twitch chat is a meme. And that... Okay. Interesting. Rain World, not on the list. Okay. 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 Shadow of the Colossus, brother. You want Shadow of the Colossus to win, Steve. Dude, you really like Shadow of the Colossus. I'm glad. That makes me so happy, Steve. Hollow Man. Hollow Man. Outer Wilds, Hollow Knight. Okay. Interesting to see all this. Yeah, I like that a lot of you have confidence on what you want to win and what you think will win. Danaward, 10 gifted. Fuck, thank you. Thank you so much. What's this sponsored by? Danaward, who is this post sponsored by? You get your sponsor now, too. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Yeah, let me add Raid to the list real quick. Lord Ace, thank you for the Prime. Are we gifting subs for our games to win? I don't know if it'll... I can tell you it will not have any influence. Shadow of the Colossus Minecraft. Okay, solid, solid. What about Bug Snacks? Bug Snacks is great. Nosferatu, thank you for the Prime. All right, Bug Snacks is great. I love Bug Snacks. Question. All right, I have a question and then we'll start. Is Shadow of the Colossus an open world game? Yeah, I should have done this as a poll. Maybe at a different point. Second question. Would you 100% call it an open world game if you could do the Colossi in any order? Okay, so if you could do it in any order, you'd probably say yes. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I've been thinking a lot about what is even an open world game. And I feel like Shadow of the Colossus kinda is. I mean, is Outer Wilds an open world game? Because I'll be honest, I think Outer Wilds 100% is an open world game. But I could see some people saying it's not because there aren't like RPG systems and shit like that, you know? Genres are weird is what I'm telling you. I think Outer Wilds is like the purest open world game. But I've heard some people say it's not. And I'm like, Yeah, was Ocarina. Yeah, where does it end with what is an open world game? I don't know. Unrelated things. All right, let's start this fucking competition. First off, I got to test to make sure my intense music is correct. Wait, wrong one. But we'll use it anyway. Chat. Today, we are given quite a challenge. It is let's start over. Chat. Today, we are given quite a challenge. We have to determine. We have to determine. Fucking Christ. We have to determine what the best game of all time is and should be, and you will be the ones doing it. Each matchup you will vote on, and the winner will move to the next round. There can only be one winner, and hopefully it's all of us, because it's fun. But also, whichever game gets to the top, uncontested for the 2021 season, will be the best game. So, who's it going to be? Our first match of the day, Outer Wilds versus Mass Effect 2. All right. Now I want to get the actual song I was trying to play. Dude, the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is so good. It's so good. All right. I forgot how hard that fucking music slaps. Is this it? Yeah. This is what we'll play when we're voting. All right. So let's start. Our first matchup, we have two of the greatest space games of all time. We have two classic space games of which you explore the universe, meet aliens, and no spoilies, but you figure out what's next. All right, you figure out what's next. Starting with Outer Wilds, I think Outer Wilds, for those who have played it, most people I know have just an incredible connection to the story that's presented, and the experience of its main mechanic. Which, look, if you don't know anything about Outer Wilds, I guess let me take this moment to say, yeah, maybe don't watch this. If you've never played or don't know anything and you want to play it, and you don't want to know the main core of what makes Outer Wilds great, it's an experience worth having. But with that warning out of the way, Outer Wilds' main mechanic of a time loop system is pretty dope. Am I about to spoil? I'm about to give like the tagline for the game. I'm not going to give any actual spoilers. It's just some people are like, hey, if you talk about Outer Wilds at all, it's a spoiler. So look, I have to talk about the game to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about the ending or anything that actually matters. If you know anything about the game, you're good. Anyway. I don't think you have to mute up. I'm just saying, if you want to know nothing about the game, then, if you want to know nothing about these games, then you shouldn't watch this. That's all I'm saying. Oh my God. People are so weird. But I shouldn't have said anything. I just shouldn't have cared. Anyway. Outer Wilds has a really unique time loop mechanic where the game resets you back every time you die or after every 22 minutes. And it has a very clockwork system where things happen at a certain pace. Certain times of the loop, different things happen. You can miss out on stuff. And that is what makes exploring the world so interesting. Because it's not just about where you explore, but it really matters when you explore. It's those two things combined that make Outer Wilds just have so much value and have so much that you can do and explore, and so many different combinations and ways you can discover stuff. I think I have never played a game that has made me feel so free in what I chose to do and how I chose to do it. And I think for people who have played Outer Wilds, that has been just a massive connection point to that game, and to what it does. It also has what I think is an all-time soundtrack. By the way, this is not propaganda. This is how it works. I will do the same thing for Mass Effect, and you will think that I love Mass Effect, okay? I promise you, I'm good at this. I'm good at this. Yeah, I think, and I actually have had some communication with the team. Like, hugely, they were inspired by some ideas. I mean, granted, this started before Breath of the Wild, but they were inspired by some stuff from Breath of the Wild. Obviously inspired by Majora's Mask. It takes great ideas from great games and pushes stuff forward. I think it also is one of those games that just makes you feel fucking smart. I have never felt more smart when playing a game. Coming across different puzzles and solving them on my own by connecting stuff from halfway across the universe is incredible. All right, I'm just going to say this now. If you say anything about me being biased or stop with this bias stuff, this is the stream. Me talking about these games is the stream. Okay? If you say it, you're going to get timed out. Or just go watch something else. If you don't want me to hear, if you don't want to hear me talk about the games, what the fuck are you doing? You're making me mad, and we're only on the first one. We're only on the first one. No, just don't say it. Just don't say it. Just don't say it. If you don't want to be here, for the stream, I appreciate you for stopping by, but this is the stream. This is how it's going to work. So I'm not, if we just vote and I don't talk about it, then I'm not doing what I want to do. Anyway. No, Twitch chat can talk. You can give your opinions on what you think about Outer Wilds and Mass Effect. That would be awesome. But if you're just going to be like, let's vote, or stupid, annoying shit like that, I'm sorry, but you're at the wrong stream. You're just at the wrong stream. Anyway, I think Outer Wilds... Who's there? I think that fucks up Twitch chat way more than it fucks up me. Anyway, I think that Outer Wilds exists in a place that only an indie game could, and I hope that AAA games see how much people love this and adapt some of the ideas in it to be part of what they do. Because I think the way it trusts the player to do stuff, thank you for the hydrate, the way it trusts the player to do stuff is just incredible. If I had to describe it in one word, I would describe it as the pinnacle. I would describe it as discovery. The pinnacle of discovery. I mean, Outer Wilds is a weird spot of where it started as an indie game and then got major funding. So it is hard to know. But yeah, Outer Wilds is a game that I think anyone who's played it sees its massive value. Whereas those who haven't should just play it. I haven't talked to anyone who has been like, Outer Wilds is bad. You know, Outer Wilds sucks and is unsuccessful. Fucking cool. I've seen some people who are like, I don't connect to this. And that's perfectly fine and cool. But that is just one game. And we have 2 games. Okay? And the second is Mass Effect 2. This is a bop. This is a bop. Personally, I was pretty late to the Mass Effect series. I played it for the first time in 2015. I got like the PS3 trilogy pack. Okay? I got the PS3 trilogy pack and just busted through the whole thing. And I think the Mass Effect series is like the story of the Three Bears. Right? And Mass Effect 1 is like a little too hot. Mass Effect 3 is a little too cold. But Mass Effect 2 is just fucking right. It is kind of the perfect balance of all the ideas in the game, in the trilogy. I think that like I think some of the RPG and story elements in 1 may have exceeded the ones in 2. And I think some of the combat stuff in 3, a little more streamlined, but some of the combat was a little more fun than 2. But 2 was the kind of perfect meeting point of those main ideas. It was the perfect meeting point of great story and great fighting and combat and stuff like that. It was the perfect center of it all, which is a tough thing to do. It is a tough thing to pull off. It has a great story. It has a great system. I think I forgot how good this soundtrack is. This is the Normandy Galaxy map. I kind of forgot how good this soundtrack is. I think what I love about it is it does some of the RPG stuff that you see in big games better than anything I've seen since. It makes side missions important in a way that a lot of RPGs like this don't. And I think that's quite amazing. When you look at the entire, aspect of the game, which is building towards a big mission at the end where it can play out a ton of different ways for a handful of things you do throughout your journey. I think that is one of the most exciting things ever. And the fact that a big portion of what makes your mission near the end, what influences the success of your mission and how well things go, is who you connect with, which characters you connect with, and do you do their loyalty missions? Do you do the loyalty missions successfully? Chat has died? I don't think so. Maybe for you. Do you do their loyalty missions successfully? And I think like I still haven't played like a game like this since where I've felt like my choices mattered in that sort of way, and where it's actually kind of life or death with the characters you love, and characters you connect with. And just seeing chat right now, all of you posting a different character, right? Tally, Mordred, so good. And no one even posted Garrus yet. Like, it's got a great cast of characters who you really enjoy, and you actually want to do their loyalty missions to help, and doing their loyalty missions has massive implications on the future of the game. Everything feels connected. I think that can be a hard thing with titles like this, where a lot of them fail, is making it so your side missions actually influence the main story. Have you? I mean, yeah. That's that's an issue I have all the time. Is like, there's this weird thing in most games, in most big games. I guess is Mass Effect's not really open world in the same way other stuff is, but it's got a similar vibe to it and has that RPG vibe. But most games like this, side missions are often like the best missions in the game. Side missions are honestly, side missions and side quests oftentimes better than the main content. But the issue is so many of them don't actually have an influence on what you're doing. They feel completely unconnected to the main thing. Where this, they feel in like everything, not every side mission, but a lot of the side missions you do funnel back in to that final part of the story. And I think that is quite incredible. It is quite good and executed well. It's an interesting thing where I don't know that Mass Effect 2 has the best the best like RPG systems of the series. I kind of like some of the leveling up stuff more in 1, and some of the character stuff. Well, no, I think I like the character stuff more in 2. And I kind of like the flow of the combat more in 3. But again, Mass Effect 2 is just the pinnacle of melding everything together. And unfortunately, they haven't learned from Mass Effect 2. And with 3, they simplified things too much. And Andromeda, they're just like, okay, what if we just gave up? Hey, Legend of Bread, fucking stop. If you have school tomorrow, go to sleep. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna take things at my pace. If you don't want to be here, I'm sorry, but I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. This is my stream. I don't give a fuck. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Watch the VOD later. Look. What happened is just complaining about the vote starting. I'm going to take it at my pace. This is my stream. It's not someone else's. And if you don't want to watch it, no issue. This is not required. This is not required viewing. You can just wait till the final shit at the end. But I'm going to talk about shit for as long as I want. I will talk about FS7 for 20 years if need be. Anyway, Mass Effect 2 does a lot of things that I haven't seen games do better since, which is sad. Frankly, it's sad. It's a bummer. A lot of games simplified the formula set in Mass Effect 2 in the same way that Mass Effect 3 kind of did. All content is optional, to be honest. And yeah, I think I really hope more shit follows this. I really, really hope. But we will see. He seems so calm and chill in videos. I think I'm pretty calm and chill here. But if someone's annoying me and being annoying, you know, I'm going to call them out and then tell people who are also going to be annoying that maybe they should watch something else. Anyway, felt like I liked the combat in ME2. I'll say I liked it more in 3. But I liked it in 2. Anyway, these are our 2 games. I think both quite influential on the market. But also, Outer Wilds hasn't been around enough to see how much will change because of it. And Mass Effect 2 has kind of been overshadowed by its follow-ups. I'm hoping with this remaster, maybe people will revisit the great ideas done in 2 and the incredible ending sequence of that game and try to push that forward. We will see, though. We will see. But look, we can only talk about games for so long. So now is the time that we will vote. Okay. So, chat. Your 2 games, 2 space operas as beautiful as the last. Look, everyone has their preferences, and that's totally cool and fine. I think both of these are quite special, and I'm glad that they exist, and I'm glad that they're on this bracket. You'll have 1 minute to vote. When you see the thing, it'll be 1 for Outer Wilds and 2 for Mass Effect. Best of luck. Godspeed. Submit your votes. Thank God. Thank God. Thank fucking God. Let's go. Fuck Mass Effect 2. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. This is telling, chat. This is telling. Oh my god. Huh. Okay. Okay. Is that it? Is that it? Has it been a minute? All right. Finish poll. The winner. Excuse me, got coughs. The winner in epic fashion is Outer Wilds. Thank God. Zoomers haven't even played ME2. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm surprised, actually. I'm honestly a little shocked by this choice. But also happy. Also happy. Outer Wilds moves forward. Jesus. Who would have thought? What's this? Oh, this is a meme I made. All right, let me give it 1 second. All right. Druss, thank you for the sub. Everyone happy for me? I thought that Outer Wilds would lose this round, if I'm being honest. I thought this is the round they'd lose. All right. But it didn't. Hide polls. Yeah, give me a second. I'm setting some stuff up. All right. So that's the first one. Next up. A lot of Geller boys. True. 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 All right, chat. So, see, here's the thing. You're saying the uninformed voters saved. Maybe. If people haven't played either, who knows? I just think that a lot of people who played Outer Wilds view it as a religious experience. But anyway. That slate of games is done. And we move back to an older time. A more elegant time. One of friendship. One of betrayal. One of love and love lost. And that is Final Fantasy VII. That was pretty well timed to the build-up. I shouldn't have pointed it out, because now that I did, I just ruined it. But, you know. Final Fantasy VII is a hugely important game to RPGs. Especially JRPGs. It's not, obviously the only important game, but it is one that I think mainstreamed and popularized them more than any other. At least any other before it. And I don't know. The fact that there have been like 4 or 5, that there's been spin-off movies, spin-off games, a remake. We are talking about the original here. I don't like the remake, but we are talking about the original here. But there has been a remake that's going to have multiple parts. It's just so... It's beloved for a reason. And I'm sure a lot of that reason is baked into nostalgia, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. Yeah, that's all good, but it's boring. I don't know that I'd say it's boring. I mean, if you don't like JRPGs, then yeah, you'll find it boring. But yeah, I think it pushed stuff forward. They switched from the fully turn-based to a more active time system that I don't think 6 did. It's got a story that is one part batshit crazy and one part sweet and sentimental. I think it's got a really great cast of characters. Frankly, Cloud is probably the least interesting of all of them. I think they had active time in 6. All right, well, fair play. 6 also could have been on here, but I have not beaten it. I think it's got a good mix of a main story that is like a fun ride the entire way through, with characters you're caring about and interesting interactions between them. It's got an all-time soundtrack that is hard not to fully tie with my memories of the game. I can sit down and listen to the music in this game and just like be in those parts of the world. Like I can just be there. I can see it exactly. It also, like, I think it's important to consider the things it did for games. The things it did for games and storytelling in games back in the day. What game before this, what game before Final Fantasy had stories as involved as this? It's like 6 and 7. I mean, I'm sure some of the other ones too were pretty big, but 6 and 7 really pushed forward what stories could be in video games, and I think there's a huge importance to that. I genuinely like the combat in the game. I think the whole materia system is dope as fuck, and leveling that shit up. Chrono Trigger's great. Yeah, Chrono Trigger's quite good. It's like the 3 at the top are probably like Chrono Trigger, FF6, and FF7, of just ones that really pushed forward storytelling in games. Materia grinding is awful. I never had much trouble grinding with it. I guess if you're going for going to be super dumb strong, maybe. But I never had trouble with it. But I think any game, when you're trying to do like full completion of it, is going to lose some goodness and fun to it. My point is, FF7 has been important to people and around as long as it has been for a lot of good reasons. And I think with FF7R coming out, it's brought the story to a whole new group of people. And I don't fully get why people like the remake. It did not resonate with me. But there's just some magic, I think, to the world of Final Fantasy VII that's hard to deny. And the characters of it, that's hard to deny. And I think it was one of the first to do it well, and to do it in a way that games have copied for years and years. Also nailed the cinematic aspirations. Yeah, for sure. I guess that is one different. Granted, it's funny to look back now at the PS1 camera angles and stuff. But yeah, FF6, while it does have interesting characters and a story, it is all mostly told from one perspective of a top-down view on sprites, right? FF7 tries some shit. FF7 does some stuff with angles and cool shot compositions, and I think now you look back and it's like, oh, that's the simplest thing in the world. But in 1997, it was fucking cutting edge, and it has inspired games so much since. Classic game that has been hugely important for storytelling in video games. Influenced a ton of RPG systems for years, and been really quite good. Does Raz like Mass Effect 2? I do. I said a lot of nice things about Mass Effect 2. I think I gave Mass Effect 2 a fair shake. I only said fuck Mass Effect 2 once the voting was like done. Anyway, while Final Fantasy VII was a massive influence on video games and stories in video games in the 90s, the fact of the matter is it's 2021 now, and storytelling in video games has changed. And now the determinant factor, the big influence for stories in games today is none other. Can you hurry up, song? Is none other than The Last of Us. The Last of Us, I think the interplay between Joel and Ellie was more revolutionary than people give it credit for now. The connection that the two had in terms of how they were written is really quite good, very, very solid. And I think also just how useful Ellie was as a companion mattered a lot too. Ellie is a great companion because she barely gets in trouble. Sometimes it's a little dumb in terms of what she can get away with, like running in front of enemies and not being seen. But whatever, that's different. You know, in 2013, I think you had two companions in video games who kind of fixed some of the problems before, right? Let's just be honest. One of the worst companions in games, a contender on this list, is Ashley from Resident Evil 4. She's, whatever, the character herself, kind of annoying. And she gets in trouble all the fucking time. Ellie, though, like, you rely on Ellie to get through situations. And through gameplay and through story, you create this amazing bond between the player and Ellie, and Joel and Ellie. Ashley is way cooler than Ellie, Mitch. Anyway, she's not that bad. You can just throw her in the dumpster. Fair. Yeah, that's way better. That's way more interesting gameplay-wise. Anyway, but we're not comparing that to Resident Evil. I think it created a really solid connection between these characters and pushed things forward. It also, more than maybe any game I had played before it, made me like connect to Joel and feel like Joel. I think it accomplishes that in 15 minutes. It accomplishes that in the first 15 minutes of the game, where, spoilers, your daughter dies. Spoilers, you play as your daughter and then you watch her die. And immediately you're like, I understand Joel. I understand what he's like. I understand why he acts the way he does. And you understand him throughout the whole game. So then when you get to the end, and look, I won't give specifics, and I don't want to have a big debate on the morality of what happens, because I don't think the morality of what happens at the end of the game actually matters. What matters is in that moment when you're playing, the actions Joel takes to make sure that the events of the past do not repeat. As a player, I was like, I am on board. I am on board with this. Because I can't let that happen. Because I understand him and I know why he would do this exactly. It didn't matter if it was right or wrong. It didn't matter if the logical points of it don't matter. What matters are the emotional points of it. It doesn't try to justify his actions. It's just, these are his actions. Because justification doesn't matter. You just understand it because you have been him for most of the game. You also have been Ellie for part of the game and don't want to see anything happen to her. And I think achieving that in a story is incredible. I think the way that it achieves that is just so good. And sure, I'm not gonna act like the moment to moment gameplay is always the most fun. I'll say I've beaten the game like 5 or 6 times now. I've beaten it on every difficulty, and admittedly the first time I played was the most fun I had with it. But the story is really what is pushing players forward. The gameplay is serviceable. The gameplay is interesting enough to get you through the campaign. But yeah, it is not meant to be the feature of it. And I think that's okay. Not everyone's going to agree with me on that, but I think that's okay to be lighter on the gameplay for it. So yeah, the first playthrough, I think the first time you play it, it's good enough where you're like, I'm all right. For most people, it'll be like, I'm all right. I mean, obviously for some, and that should definitely factor into your votes if it didn't work for you. For me, I was like, okay, this works perfectly fine, and enjoyed it enough to get through. By the end, it gets kind of samey. They do have some pretty interesting combinations of stuff later on, but I think it is a hard game to replay for sure. I've only done it because I'm a video essayist and I need to replay it a bunch because it's like just an easy game to talk about. It's an easy comparison point. But yeah, so I don't know that I have more to say on it. I think Joel and Ellie are incredible characters. I think it is a story that isn't the most revolutionary story in the world, but it is one that is solid and interesting and 100% elevated by two incredible performances by Ashley Johnson and Troy Baker. I think that is maybe one other takeaway from The Last of Us of why it's so important is it really pushed forward, it really revolutionized, and it really challenged what everyone else was doing in terms of game performances and was like, raise the game. And Uncharted had kind of done that before. You know, Uncharted and Uncharted 2 had pushed the envelope some, but Last of Us was like, we can be more than a campy Indiana Jones game. We can do more. So yeah. Anyway, let me fade out the music and get to what's important, which is voting. I think I talked about 10 minutes for each of them. At least I was looking at the time into the games. I don't have an exact thing. I talked about the same for each of them. All right, don't start voting yet. It's not up yet. All right, chat. So the voting will begin in a moment here. 1 will be Final Fantasy VII and 2 will be The Last of Us. So, chat, think about which of these games, which of these stories mattered more, which of these resonated with you more, and which you think is more important. Maybe even which you'd rather play. You have 1 minute. Best of luck. Godspeed. Last of Us starting to pull away a bit. Final Fantasy inching back into it. Oh God. Oh God. Looks like of these two story behemoths, maybe the recency and the grander impact of Last of Us is starting to show its fangs a bit. The gap is not quite insurmountable, but it is getting close to it. We have 15 seconds left to vote. Who's gonna win it? The Boomers or the Zoomers? And listen, unfortunately, the Zoomers have it. The winner for this poll, with about 60% of the vote, is The Last of Us. Solid win. Joel wins it. Joel wins it. Congratulations to The Last of Us gang. All right. Oh, wrong one. That was the wrong game. That lost. Oh, fuck. Almost tried to cheat there. Sorry. And The Last of Us moves forward. Congratulations to The Last of Us. All right, chat. I am going to use the restroom real quick. And then we'll begin our next matchup, Minecraft versus Hollow Knight. So, yeah. Let me make sure the music's playing. Yeah, it's playing. All right, I will be right back. Start thinking about it. Start thinking about what you'd prefer. And then we'll vote. Then I'll talk about it and then we'll vote. All right, I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Let's fade this shit out. On to the next matchup. We'll just keep moving forward. Did you wash your hands? Yes. Did I dry them properly on my shorts? Of course. I'm not a heathen. All right. So, Minecraft's first. Okay. So we have two indie darlings. Of different importance, frankly. They're great for different reasons. Getting Minecraft music is so tough because it's so fucking quiet for the first parts of it. It's easy to forget that Minecraft is an indie game because it is a lot of crackle. It's supposed to be rain. It's supposed to be rain, so it shouldn't be crackle. But if it sounds like crackle, then we can change it. An ambient bop. True. So, yeah, does Minecraft count as an indie game? I say yes, of course it does. It started as an indie game, and just because it has big backing now, that doesn't change how it was developed. It doesn't change, like, the core of the game. Obviously, they've been allowed to run it longer and update it in new ways, but the studio itself hasn't changed terribly. I mean, I'm sure it's grown some, but it's not like a massive studio. So, look, Minecraft is probably the most important game of this generation. Maybe of any generation, if I'm being honest. I think not just in its own popularity, but also its influence on other games. I think if you look at open world games, a lot of them have been inspired by Minecraft in one way or another. I think for better and worse, for better and worse, to be honest, I think the reason you see crafting in so many fucking games is because of Minecraft. Is because maybe not studio leads, but producers or someone involved with game studios is like, hey, Minecraft did this thing. The kids love crafting. What if we added it to our game? And a lot of times that doesn't even, end up being better. But I think it definitely has heavily inspired lots and lots of games for that reason. I think if you look at games being played right now, Minecraft is probably in the top 10 games being played right now. That's my guess. I'm making this up. This is a made up statistic, but would anyone disagree with it? Probably top 3, probably top 5. None of you would doubt. Like, I could have said that as a fact, and I think all of you would have been like, yep, that makes sense. And it came out in 2009, technically. It's a 12-year-old game that is honestly being played more now than ever, or as much now than ever. It is the kind of game that is endlessly replayable because you can always start a new seed. You can always make a new house. For older millennials like me, or I'm probably mid-millennial, whatever. For someone about to turn 30, when I first played Minecraft, I was like, I'm a kid again. I'm playing with Legos again. Except I don't have to clean them up. And I don't have to have a big fucking box that takes up half my room space. Minecraft is digital Legos mixed with a really intriguing survival game. Anything you want to build, you can. Will it be, it's functional? No, maybe not. But there's so much creativity in what you craft and how you can make any structure you want to make, regardless of how pointless it may be. A video I was rewatching for a thing that I'm working on, by a good friend, VZ. He talks about how whenever he plays, he'll always build a mine shaft, and he'll always build it in the same way where he builds these kind of like wood structures down the mine shaft, as you probably would if it were actually needing to be functional and actually something that you need to like keep built and have a structure for. And he does it just because he likes how it looks. He likes the idea of walking into a mine and having it look like a somewhat real mine shaft. And I think that's the beauty of Minecraft, is there's so many little things you do just for yourself that don't actually have practical function, but it creates this lived-in feeling world that equals your imagination. And then what's better is sharing that. I think I talk about this in my Gaming for a Non-Gamer video. Minecraft is a game meant to be shared with others, even if you're not playing with others in a multiplayer server, which is probably the best way to do it. But it's a game where you build something and you share it with someone else, and it gives a whole new life to that thing. There's never been a game to facilitate creativity more than Minecraft. Wasteland, I would big agree with that. I think it also has just enough of like things to work towards that give you purpose, but also it's a game where it entirely allows you to set your own purpose. Risky Ruin, thank you for the sub. And I think there's a lot of beauty to that. It's scary the first time you play it, yeah. I think Minecraft is one of those games that when I first saw it, I was like, oh, this is unlike anything I've ever played in a video game. And I think that is quite amazing. Never played it growing up, found it really difficult to build structures. I mean, it takes a lot. It takes a lot to get into that. Yeah, and there's problems with it, especially when it first came, and it's better now, but especially when it first came out, there was like no direction. You had to really figure shit out on your own, how to do stuff on your own, or you look it up online somewhere. And, you know, you could say that's a bad thing, and maybe it is. I think it created an interesting community, though. But yeah, I think there's a reason Minecraft is still one of the most popular games ever. And it's not just that kids like it, even though kids can like it. I think it's that anyone can like it. It's a game for everyone, that everyone can get different meaning out of and enjoy in different ways. And also, the other thing is, maybe unlike any other game on this list, that's not true. Ignore that part of it. But unlike many, many games, I don't think anyone has done Minecraft or the big ideas in Minecraft better than Minecraft. And before any of you say, oh, Terraria, I haven't played enough Terraria to make an argument, but I have played enough to know that it is fundamentally different than Minecraft. And what it does is fundamentally different than Minecraft. So just because there's building in it and exploring, they're not nearly close enough, in my opinion, to say that Terraria does it better. Yeah, different game, just both squares, yeah. They both have blocks. I think people connect them because they're about building stuff, but they are super different. But yeah, nothing has really done Minecraft better. And I think when something does, people will move to that. But yeah. So all of that is why I think Minecraft's a great game. It's infinitely replayable. You can really do anything you want to do in it. You can make your own meaning in that game. And there's also meaning in the game that they have there for you. Which is quite amazing. Of course, this is not the only indie gem that reinvented ideas from our childhood, from games we love, where Minecraft was heavily influenced by our love of Lego. Hollow Knight was heavily influenced by classic games on the SNES, like Super Metroid and Castlevania. And frankly, in my opinion, has done the Metroidvania thing better than any other game ever. I think Hollow Knight is the best of its genre, for a handful of reasons. One, as everyone has, as I'm seeing spammed already in the chat, the music in this game is so good. Christopher Larkin, and look, Minecraft has great music too. What is it, C4 118? Great. Christopher Larkin, though? Blessed be thy name. This dude made an all-time soundtrack. Chat, at some point, you should go back and look at the Kickstarter trailer for Hollow Knight. And the music that is in, or in the Will-O-The-Wisps, also an all-timer for sure. Go back and watch the trailer that they posted for Hollow Knight on their Kickstarter. Listen to the music that clearly was like very like place-holding music, and the quality of it versus the quality of the final soundtrack, and it's just like, oh my god. Half-Life, yeah, I see you mentioning Redstone. I didn't really mention Redstone. Redstone's great, by the way. I'm going to talk about Hollow Knight, but Redstone is important. Yeah. Big thumbs up, big agree. Anyway, Hollow Knight has an all-timer soundtrack of creating atmosphere, moments of peace and rest, and also some of the slappiest boss themes ever. It's so good. Here, we got to do it. We got to do it. Give me 1 second. I'm not going to play Grim Theme, although that is a good one. Chat, tell me. It's just so good. Can I get some cat jams? Boppin haven't even played the game. The Ace combat going harder than it needs to. All right. Yeah, so great soundtrack that I think massively affects the atmosphere of the game in an important way. You need the tracks working in the way they do. When you get to a bench and you hear Reflection play, it's this mixture of like, I can breathe. It has that same effect that all the, safe rooms in Resident Evil has, and I love it so much. The sound design, the music design, super good. Sound design in general, great in the game. Knowing when enemies are close, knowing when there's grub hiding, knowing when there's little secrets around. Great stuff. I have been really enjoying a replay of this game over the past month, and I think like the just general movement, the combat, and the sets of bosses are just so much fun. I think it does a really good job of giving you new toys to play with to make platforming more interesting and to make combat more interesting. And then also they know how to elevate... sorry, gotta blow my nose. They know how to elevate those abilities and challenge you in new ways with each boss fight. And yeah, the bosses in that game are just so much fun and I'm just choking up thinking about how good Hollow Knight is. No, but yeah, great combat, great platforming. Look, some people might have complaints about the platforming, but Path of Pain is honestly some of the most fun I've had platforming in the game. Look, I know some of you are gonna get mad at me, so hey, I'm gonna move the mic and pretend like it matters. Listen, I kind of like Path of Pain more than the entirety of Celeste. Anyway, great stuff. Good platforming, definitely tough, and then also great combat. Great fighting, and stuff like that. I think, sorry, squeaky, gotta put grease on my boom arm. Another big, now you've done it. Another big thing I love about the game is the environmental storytelling. It's got a lot of it. It does the Dark Souls-esque, here's a story, we're not going to give you too many details about it. You have to put stuff together on your own. And also sometimes it doesn't say anything. It's just like, here's a big carcass, here's you are walking inside a big bug. What might that be? And you have to think about that. And I love that sort of thing. And I love how, I get some people might not like this. I love that it's not super specific. I love that it leaves things up for interpretation. And I think it's quite a beautiful game because of that. What else is great about Hollow Knight? Oh, here's another thing, and I'm remiss. And don't let this not count for Minecraft as well. Hollow Knight is a $15 game. And also, I think when Minecraft first came out in alpha, that was like a $10 game, maybe. So don't use this as a comparison point, but I just want to appreciate that for both of these is like, you can, and I don't know how much Minecraft is now, but you can get it like $15, $20 probably. You can get Hollow Knight for $15. And Minecraft, I think Minecraft is pretty easy to play for hundreds and hundreds of hours. But I think Undertale, Jesus Christ, Hollow Knight also is really easy to play for like 100 hours too. Both of them are these these two games on their own, I think, are some of the best value in a game you could ever fucking get. Yeah, the return on investment in Minecraft is incredible, and I think the return on investment on Hollow Knight is incredible too. And yeah, I mean, thinking about it too, I mean, Mojang, when it first started, I think it was like I know it was just redacted for a while. I know it was just Notch for a while, and then it was like a small team of like 5, 6. And Team Cherry, isn't Team Cherry just like 3 dudes? Isn't it just like 3 dudes? 3, 4? Yeah, that's wild. Sorry, Hatsune Miku. She worked on it alone for a while. It's incredible, and it makes it hard to, it's not like a one-up for either of these things, because I think both of them did incredible things with tiny teams. Hollow Knight is one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen. The art style is just so pretty, and I truly believe, and it's getting easier to do this a bit in modern day because graphics are getting quite good. But I truly believe that Hollow Knight will look good for the rest of all time. It will look good for the rest of all time. Hollow Knight will never look bad. Art direction versus realistic graphics. Big agree. Because here's the thing. Winner of the last matchup, The Last of Us. Last of Us looks pretty good. And granted, I kind of have the remaster in my mind, so I think about that a lot. But in 30 years, The Last of Us is going to look like garbage, while Hollow Knight is still going to look beautiful. I did not talk about the pin system. Pin system's good. They have lots of ways to help out people who are bad at navigation, while also not having those things be necessary for navigation. And it's really about, there's no difficulty meter exactly in Hollow Knight. I mean, there kind of is. I guess you can do it where if you die, you die, right? There's I forget the name of the fucking mode. But there's no easy, normal, really hard, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, Steel Soul, that's the one. But the difficulty is built into how you approach things. It's built into what things you decide to buy, and I really like that. I think that's a really good way to balance your game, and it can be hard for people to get into because of that. But once you kind of figure out those things that are going to make stuff easier for newer players, it adds a lot of value and different ways to approach it. I think a great example, we played the song from the Mantis Lords. I think the Mantis Lords, you can face them at different times. You can face them almost right away when you're probably underpowered and you need to be really good to beat them. You can face them after you have a few upgrades where it'll probably be a tough but balanced fight that you'll easily pull off. Or you just keep getting upgrades, you keep upgrading your nail, don't even worry about them, and then dominate their shit once you have enough stuff, because you have like nail level 3 or whatever. Or you can skip them. Yeah, there's other ways to get around stuff. If you ever hit a point where you're like, I don't know if I can beat this, you just skip it. I have not done God Home, no. So yeah, look, these are two indie behemoths that I think are going to be relevant for a long while. I'm super excited for Silksong. Can it just come out? But two indie behemoths that were made by incredibly talented and small teams. And they also both are highly built around player discovery and how players want to approach things. Obviously, Hollow Knight has more direct paths, but there is a ton of flexibility in how you approach things and how you do things, which is part of the beauty of it. But listen, chat, only one of them can move on. Ginger John, thank you for the prime. It is hard to choose. Only one can move on. Will it be Minecraft? The never dying game. Or will it be Hollow Knight? A game that took what previous Metroidvanias did, elevated it, and has made almost all of them less worthwhile. Which will it be? Which beauty, which important entry to the indie landscape will it be? You have 1 minute to vote. One will be Minecraft, 2 will be Hollow Knight. Best of luck, Godspeed. Oh god, it's so close. It is so close. A difference of 2 votes right now. Hollow Knight and Minecraft neck and neck in this competition. Which will pull ahead? Will one pull ahead? Minecraft getting the slight edge. Hollow Knight battling back, but Minecraft keeps pushing forward. 30 seconds left in this competition. All right, chat. Oh my goodness. We are less than a percentage point away. We only have 40 seconds left. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, I'm going to count down from 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the winner by 2 votes. By 2 votes is Minecraft. Oh my goodness. A heartbreaker for the beloved classic Hollow Knight. Oh my goodness. I should have voted. It wouldn't have mattered. I would have voted for Hollow Knight. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm honestly surprised. I'm honestly surprised. Anyway, I'd like to say goodbye to all the Hollow Knight fans who are going to rage quit right now. It's been fun having you. Holy shit. Honestly wild. Honestly wild. All right. The winner is the winner, though. The winner is the winner. I can't believe that. I'm going to be honest with you. I thought Minecraft had no shot. I really thought Minecraft had no shot. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah, we'll do a loser bracket at some point. All right. Well, this is going to be interesting. See, you can see how poorly I made this bracket. I put these lines together myself and did not center them correctly because I was trying to make it really quick. Anyway, but let's cover it up so now it looks like the bracket's not terrible. All right. Fuck. That's the first one I'm shocked at. I thought Mass Effect probably was going to beat Outer Wilds because it's more popular, but it is my stream. I figured this would happen. I thought Hollow Knight was going to win. I thought it was going to win. It was close. All right. What can I even play from BioShock? Is this gonna get claimed? Yeah. Fuck. I was gonna play You're at the Top. Here we go. All right, DMCA. BioShock OST. I chose Rapture. It's just also creepy. All right. All right, chat. Would you kindly join me on this conversation about a game that pushed forward our expectations of how you can approach combat situations, of how you can approach a story, of who you should trust and who you shouldn't, as we talk about BioShock? BioShock destroyed my mind 11 years ago. I agree, Fly Penguin. I think BioShock, I think, is a lot of people's first experience with a game where they finished it and were like, oh, that is what games can be. That is what games can be. Yeah, hey, if you don't want any spoilers for BioShock, you can mute for a bit and the mods will post unmute at a point where you go. I'm not going to go. I am going to talk about the major twist. So you can't not talk about the major twist. So if you'd like to be muted for it, the mods can tell you when to unmute. To start, yeah, the atmosphere of BioShock is unparalleled, especially at the time. And I think, honestly, it still holds up pretty damn well, looking back. Just being on a beautiful underground city. Is there, by the way, a song that I can play that's a little more chill from this game? It's also creepy. Nothing that's like good atmospheric background stuff. Some good tracks though. Here, let's play it. Let's play Cohen's masterpiece. Beautiful. Anyway. A wonderful game. It's so creepy. It's so hard to talk about it here. Play a Macy's Trap remix. A wonderful game that explores some interesting themes that probably made some libertarians out of you for a short while until you were like, oh, okay, maybe I shouldn't base my political opinions on BioShock. And I think atmospherically it does a lot of really cool stuff. Similarly to what I said about Hollow Knight, is its atmospheric storytelling is really well done, and I think done in a way that has inspired a lot of games since. Obviously, BioShock is very, very... BioShock was super critical of libertarianism. I agree with you, but I know a ton of people who played BioShock walking away being like, Andrew Ryan was right. So don't get me wrong. I agree. I know it was aiming to be critical of it. But I'm telling you, a lot of 16-year-olds who played the game don't get that. A lot of 16-year-olds who played it don't get that. Anyway, a beautiful underground city that I think is just the playground of many of our dreams and nightmares. Just moving through Rapture it's gorgeous, it's terrifying, it's a place that you would both want to live in and a place that you would never want to visit. And that gap of being able to see what it was versus what it has turned into because of the terrible ideals that many of the people in there hold is a fascinating thing to explore, and it's a fascinating feeling to have, to feel like, wow, there is beauty here, there is innovation here, and there is corruption here as well, and it has destroyed the people. It has destroyed the people of this place. And I think that's really interesting. I also think, I imagine it's not the first game to ever do it, right? But it is definitely one of the most popular early versions of it, of how it messes with your idea about who to trust in a game. The entire game, you are being guided by Atlas, a very nice sounding dude. He's got a cool little Irish accent and he just wants to save his fucking family. And, you know, as time goes on, you realize, oh, actually, bad guy, at Frank Fontaine, pretending to be a guy named Atlas. And he's been manipulating me this whole time with the phrase, "Would you kindly?" And I don't know. I think that's big good. I think that's a big good idea of, and look, I get that people don't always like that theme of like, hey, actually thing that video game told you to do was bad, right? But I think it was really interestingly done here, and as this was one of the more early uses of that, really, really fun. I think the Big Daddy fight's quite good. Big Daddy fight's quite fun to do, and I like that they're optional. In general, I like the combat of it. I like the different environmental things that you can use for combat. I like the different plasmids that you can have, and different combos you can do for it. It's just fun. It's got a good cast of characters. I think Sander Cohen is maybe one of my favorite. Like villains or B villains. Is he even a villain? He's just fucking wild. Thanks for the hydrate. But yeah, I think BioShock, it's always interesting to look at games. For Frolic's best part of the game, I agree, big agree. It's always interesting to look at stuff because BioShock was already a simplification of System Shock and bringing those ideas in that immersive sim and pairing them in more. And then we've seen kind of how BioShock has been simplified to look, I know some of you don't like Infinite, and that's fine. It is a more simple BioShock. It simplifies a lot of ideas. Infinite, I still enjoy. I think it's pretty fun and interesting enough story. But yeah, a lot of people didn't like how it's pared down. You see that a lot with games, is you hit a game where it kind of has this perfect balance of weird ideas and mainstream ideas, and then they just simplify it more and more. And I think BioShock 1 is a really interesting point of that, of which it has inspired a lot of games. It's also been pared down in other ways. But yeah. 1 and Infinite are near perfect. 2 is mid. 2 I think actually has pretty fun combat, but I didn't attach much with the story. But yeah, I think also BioShock has good use of old time music. I'm not going to play. I played a little bit of it at the beginning. Cool, Myron, thanks for the hydrate. Played a little bit at the beginning of You're the Top, but yeah, just some cool moments where old songs come in. And are used in interesting ways to push moments forward. So that will be it for BioShock. So, bad timing on the question. You can unmute. BioShock done. The other game on here is Dark Souls. Dark Souls. My beautiful bastard Dark Souls. Fuck. Listen. Lots of these games on this list, most of them, honestly, are massively influential. They matter a lot. They have inspired tons of games after them, or inspired ideas in games after them, at least the older ones. Dark Souls has become its own genre. That's tough to do in the modern age. Souls-like, tough to do. Also, the fact that we hit this spot of Dark Souls, or it's the Dark Souls of X, the fact that that has become a meme. Dark Souls is the Dark Souls of Dark Souls. Like, the fact that that exists and that's how people talk about Dark Souls is quite incredible. Dark Souls, it has a dragon who got no scales. So sad. It deserves your vote. Also, Golden, hi. I appreciate you. I am having a good day. And look, yes, I know Demon Souls came out first. I actually played Demon Souls before I played Dark Souls. I'm one of those guys. All right? I'm one of those guys. One of those losers. No offense. But Dark Souls is the one that resonated with people more. It is obviously the one that hit mainstream success, and I think it's because of some of the ways that it built upon Demon Souls. I think its gameplay, its world obviously connects in a more sensible manner because you can walk to any spot, where obviously Demon Souls has the different areas that you teleport to. It is not a connected world. I think this also makes certain story things feel a little more connected as you go from one place to another. And I think those innovations on it have helped people a lot to connect with it. I think, you know, that feeling that all of you who have played Dark Souls probably had, when you got to the elevator by the Undead Parish, came down, and got to Firelink, is one of the coolest things I've ever seen in a game. Is it a hot take to see demons would remain irrelevant without Dark Souls? 100%. Demon Souls didn't sell super well. I mean, it did okay. I guess it did enough for them to put faith in Dark Souls being made. But yeah, it wasn't exactly considered an all-timer. So yeah, I think Dark Souls, you know, maybe you prefer Dark Souls 3. Maybe you prefer Bloodborne. Probably don't prefer Dark Souls 2. Probably, but maybe you do. Dark Souls set the tone, though. It set what people expected, and it's what people think about when they're talking about interconnected worlds. When they're talking about the heart of the series, it really starts here, and it's the ideas from here. I think it also houses probably 3 of my favorite boss fights in any game ever. Bloodborne is better. I agree with you. I actually like Bloodborne more than Dark Souls. But as far as something that is really important to gaming, Bloodborne is not nearly as important as Dark Souls. Not nearly as influential. Great game, super fun, love it, but it is not as influential as Dark Souls. And that has to be part of the conversation for best game ever. Dark Souls has 3 of my favorite moments / boss fights, those being ONS, beating Ornstein Smough, hitting that wall in the game that comes at that moment, and then overcoming it is just so good. It just feels so good to be able to do. Because fighting 2 bosses who on their own would be pretty tough, at the same time and taking them down just hits you in this way of like, I am a god. If you beat ONS on your first try, then you get to be a dickhead who brags about it in people's Twitch chats all the time. Chris, you fucker. The next being fighting against our good boy Artorias, our sweet lad. This is harassment. Also a 4th one is Sif. An unofficial one is Sif. That's so good too. So good. Wolfsword sad. But yeah, fighting against Artorias is one of the fastest bosses. It's the fastest boss in the game, and it's just this constant give and take of finding an opening, taking it, dodging, making sure to try to capitalize when you can and take those risks when you can. It's so fun. And obviously the final, and probably where I'll leave off with my talks on Dark Souls, the final moment that hit me hard is the Gwyn fight. And it's 90% because of this song. 90% because of this song. Gwyn on itself is a fun enough fight, right? It is fun. Granted, you can just parry spam the bitch. But yeah, coming in, seeing this lord that's been talked about the entire game be a husk of himself, having the music reflect that is just so powerful. It's just so powerful. Yeah, you're not supposed to feel great about it. You're not supposed to feel great about it, but it's powerful nonetheless. So, look. I think both of these games, both BioShock and Dark Souls, are master classes in building atmosphere. They are both dark. They are both games about worlds that have been left behind, that have been destroyed by people in powerful positions who took advantage of their power. They are games that are both difficult in different ways, and also games that are pretty highly replayable because of the different ways that you can approach them. Dark Souls has a lot of classes. BioShock has a ton of plasmids. Yeah, not just good atmosphere, also good atmospheric storytelling, where you get to put a lot of stuff together and that you can miss if you're not paying attention. And that, frankly, would be a shame. Chat, anything else, you want to add in? I feel like I should be doing this more in case I've missed anything. Can we get some love for the NPCs? Yeah. I did talk about the characters in BioShock. So yeah, I think the characters in Dark Souls a little less memorable maybe, but some great ones. Andre, the beautiful boy Andre, great stuff. We love a guy who can make us a good sword. We got Solaire. Okay, I take back what I just said. I take back my comment that there's not as many memorables. We got Sigmire and Solaire, two of the greatest fucking NPCs in any goddamn fucking game ever. In any game ever. Beautiful in what they do. Sunbros rise up. Sigmire, who is just like Don Quixote, but worse. And honestly, Solaire, who has some Don Quixote tendency. A lot of Don Quixotes in this game. And as an English major, you gotta love it. As a lit major, you gotta love it. But look. All right, we already know who's gonna win. I can tell the tide of the chat. But look, we have to vote on it. Two behemoths at atmospheric storytelling. Two worlds that were once great that have since fallen into the wayside, into destruction, that you get to explore the aftermath of. Two games that have inspired many after. Only one can win though. Your ones will be for BioShock, your twos will be for Dark Souls. Best of luck, vote away. You have 1 minute. Frankly, closer than what I expected based on how people were talking in chat, but you have 30 seconds. You have 15 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. The winner, somewhat unsurprisingly, Dark Souls. Would You Kindly has nothing on Plin Plon. True. With 69% of the vote, we got Dark Souls. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I think both are great, but obviously Dark Souls has come out since, had a cultural moment since. Obviously its remaster came out more recently, and BioShock's probably less on the brain. I think also Dark Souls still has like a promising idea of what its future can be, where the BioShock series, well, I do know that they are making more apparently, a little less of that, a little less hope on the future of it. God, these matchups for the next round. Oh boy. All right, but we're going to move from one big lonely game to a different big lonely game. Our next matchup, chat. Next matchup is Shadow of the Colossus versus Red Dead Redemption 2. Which kind of cowboy do you want to be? Which kind of cowboy do you want to be? That's the real question that we'll have to explore. Which sad horse moment? Which sad horse moment are we going to talk more about? Me riding my horse onto a railroad track, maybe? I don't know. Mac having an existential crisis. Let's talk about Shadow of the Colossus. Shadow of the Colossus is, I think, a game that, like, my first exposure to Shadow of the Colossus was that fucking movie, Reign Over Me. Have any of you seen it? It's with Adam Sandler and Don Cheadle. And they start playing it. And I was like, oh, that game looks cool. And then I didn't play it until I was in like college. So I played it like 7 years after it came out. 6 years after it came out. PS3 was out when I played it. Anyway, I think Shadow of the Colossus is a game that most people weren't prepared for. Look, I know Ico, whatever, came out beforehand, and some people played it, but Shadow of the Colossus hit a mainstream success that Ico did not. Shadow of the Colossus was advertised pretty heavily by Sony. Like, the point that it showed up in a pretty big Hollywood movie matters. And I think no one was really used to playing a game like Shadow of the Colossus when it came out, because there weren't really a lot of games like Shadow of the Colossus when it came out. I asked at the top of the stream, is Shadow of the Colossus an open world game? And a lot of you said no, some of you said yes, and it's hard to distinguish, because there is a certain path that it wants you to work through, so it's linear in that regard. But regardless of how you want to genreify it, it is, at least for the time, the biggest place you could explore in a game. You know, maybe Liberty City was technically bigger. I don't know. But riding through the deserts and forests and across rivers and around lakes of Shadow of the Colossus has this scale to it that I don't think any game before it had come close to. Like, when you're riding and you see just the bridge above you that leads out of the forbidden area, it's just like, oh my god. And then when you face your first Colossi and you're like, these are the enemies. This is what I'm up against. This isn't a typical adventure game where I have my sword and beat up a bunch of rats. This is a game where I have to take out 16 of the most dangerous prey out there. and I think that feeling of those first couple Colossi is just so good. And that feeling of when you realize what you're supposed to do in these little puzzles, it just feels so good. Like, fucking the bird, multiple birds, but that bird, when it's flying at you, you're shooting your arrow at it and you're like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And then you're like, wait, what if I jumped on the wing? And then you do it. And then you're flying on a giant fucking bird and you climb across it and slam your sword into its wing. It's just so beautiful. It's so adventurous. The puzzles and solutions to them are so fun and make you feel smart. It's that same way that Outer Wilds feels, you know, of just like, I feel like a genius for solving this. I feel like a genius. Yeah, and yeah. The switch here. The switch when you like are first in a fight with the Colossi, and then when you get on it and you start winning the fight, chat. Shadow of the Colossus, I believe, is still only on PlayStation. The triumphant revived power. It's just so good. It's just so good. All-timer soundtrack, all-timer world to explore. That I think it uses its space really. Let me change the vibe back. I think it uses its space really, really well. I would say at this point, play the remake. It uses its space really, really well. It's all about. It is a lot of world, and it is a lot of world with empty stuff in it. But the way it has you explore that world is by riding along and giving you time to reflect on the shit you've been doing. Gives you time to reflect on, like, wow, it's kind of weird that every time I take out a Colossus, this black gunk attacks me. It's kind of weird that my character is starting to look pretty pale. And is he like looking more evil than before? Yeah, just so many moments of reflection, so many awe-inspiring shots in this game, and just also some times of being able to pull off stunts that I had never done in a game before. And I played this in 2010, 2009, 2010. I played at a time where there was shit out that could be doing this. And this was the PS2 era. It pushed that shit to its core and still did stuff that games don't do. I don't know. A classic in its use of space and scale that very, very few titles have had before. But listen, if we're talking about scale in a video game, it is impossible not to talk about Red Dead Goddamn Redemption 2. Howdy, partner. All right. It's so good. Red Dead's music is so good. I mean, so is Shadow of the Colossus, but yeah, we get a hard vibe switch. We're getting a little too sentimental there. Hit me with that. We'll get some of that American Venom. I would play Unshaken, but I can't. Unfortunately, I can't. All right. We're about to hit the lyrics, so let's switch the song. Together. I don't know the words.
Well, let me have a rule and a saw and a board, and I'll
cut it.
I'll climb up a ladder with a hammer and a
Beautiful.
nail, and I'll nail it. Well, we worked so hard to
All
build a little house together.
Anyway, Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm gonna listen. Red Dead Redemption 2, I'm going to talk about it positively a lot, all right? I'm going to talk positively a lot, but it is impossible not to note some of the things about it that didn't connect with people. I'm not trying to shit on it. I'm not trying to be biased here. Red Dead Redemption 2 has the most impressive open world I've ever seen in a video game. Part of it is its team is just so fucking massive that of course it is. Part of it is bad stuff on the industry, that there was massive crunch on the game. doesn't matter how you incorporate this in your voting. What matters, at least for this moment of what we're talking about, is there is no world that feels like Red Dead Redemption 2's world. There is no world that like feels so lived in, that feels so fleshed out, that has so many moving pieces. And that is a marvel. Have you seen America? Yeah, it's called Red Dead Redemption 2, babe. Now, I think it also has one of the best stories in a game that I've ever played. I think Arthur Morgan is my favorite protagonist I've been in anything. I talked about it a bit in my video about my favorite games of 2020. You gotta have faith, Arthur. We're going to Tahiti. Anyway, I talked about it in that video. I felt like Arthur. Arthur is a part of my DNA now. It's these small little things that I just love so much about the dude that just matter. And the dude just matters. It's a great story about his life and the members of his gang's life. And the characters in it, the way those bits weave in and out, is just really, really interesting and powerful. Not to say every moment of it is pitch perfect, but there's just so many incredible character interactions that happen in that game. There's so many incredible interactions that you can miss if you play it the wrong way. And I love that, to be honest. I honestly love that. I love that about the game, that it is that how meaningful it is and how meaningful the character interactions are revolve around how meaningful you make them. And I think that is incredible and great. I love that big time. Now look, I can't just blow smoke up its ass. While it does have the most incredible, gorgeous, detailed open world I've ever seen, and one of the greatest stories I've played in a game, the way those two mix isn't perfect. The way those two mix isn't perfect. But Super Saiyan, yeah, that's my plan, by the way. I'll be honest with you. The way, the strict mission structure goes against the best ideas of the open world, and sometimes the open world feels like an entirely side thing. I'm trying to be careful. Listen. It's a weird sort of thing. The open world stuff and stuff you can do in it doesn't feel like it matters all that much compared to the main story. You really just have to want to do that stuff because you kind of think it's fun, instead of it actually mattering towards the overall gameplay of a thing. And I think that raises an interesting question that I've been trying to juggle with forever, is like, while those elements don't perfectly mix, while it's not a perfectly mixed game, the best of the open world and the best of the story is still led to some of the best gaming moments I've ever had, And it's like 70% of my time is incredible and 30% is like not great. And it still averages out to be this just like behemoth. I've used behemoth too many times. Behemoth is banned from this point on. It just averages those two things to be a truly unique and incredible experience that I honestly want to go back and play Red Dead 2, but do it in a different way. And I'm not even saying play evil Arthur, right? I don't want to go through and just be mean Arthur. I want to go through and have different conversations. I want to go through and take a slower pace. I want to go through and see different parts of the world. And when it comes to replaying games, the replayability of Red Dead 2 is so much in those things that are easy to miss. It's not always about approaching them in a way where you use a different setup, where you have different attacks or decide to act entirely differently. It's just about, well, what am I going to explore this time? And I think that's really, really great. Yeah, you can just ride around for hours on your horse, and it's quite good. So it's this weird thing, because like I think here, let me get my next thing here. It's this weird thing because I won't lie. I can't lie. I can't just act like everything about Red Dead's perfect. But it doesn't feel like it matters all the time. Because the things it does best, it does them best in rare air. In fairness, Shadow of the Colossus is one of those games that is kind of in rare air. The game really dropped the ball from Chapter 5 onwards. I massively disagree with you. I think Chapter 5 is kind of bad, but Chapter 6 is the most I enjoyed the game. That was the most fun I had in the game. All right, Red Dead 2 Redemption spoilers, okay? Red Dead 2 Redemption spoilers. If you haven't played it, mute. All right. If you haven't played it, mute. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So chapter 5 is tough, right? Chapter 5, you go to Haiti, and it's a super railroaded section where you're with your least favorite people in the game. You're with Micah. You're with Dutch, who's really losing it at that point. It's fine. We got mods who aren't muted, and I can post the message. Anyway, you're with people you don't want to be with, and you have to do it in a way that is railroad. You don't get time to break. You don't get time to ride on your horse and do fun shit whenever you want. All right. So you finish chapter 5 with the characters you don't like, and you move into the final chapter of the game, chapter 6. And chapter 6, you hit this whole thing where, the big moment of the game happens. Arthur finds out he has tuberculosis. And that is what will happen to him moving forward. He realizes, based on the stuff he did by collecting money from whatever that fucking dude's name is, Downs, right? He got the disease and he is going to die. And you spend that entire chapter being like, this is it. This is the end of it. I want to hold on to these moments for as long as I can. So the game in the previous chapter really forces you to not take a second to breathe, making it so the only thing you want to do is like slow down, to experience the open world again, to have fun with it. And that's what chapter 6 allows you to do. The whole conflict with the Native Americans, I don't know if I agree that it made no sense, but the interesting thing about it is you don't really have to do that. You can skip some of that stuff. And maybe you skipped some of it, so that made it make less sense. I don't know. But also, the whole point of that area is that Dutch is making decisions super irrationally. Dutch is being an idiot. But yeah, chapter 6 gives you this time to not redeem Arthur fully, but give him a chance to atone. You get opportunities to talk to the Downs widow and her son and help them. There's people you can choose not to collect money from later on. You can help Native Americans in their struggle. You can help a woman whose husband died as she moved there, and teach her how to live in the wild. You can help a old army veteran who's lost a leg, help him get his horse and then go fishing with him, go hunting with him. Like, it's just these beautiful moments that happen in chapter 6 that are a result of chapter 5 being railroaded and bad. So I disagree that chapter 6 falls apart. I think chapter 6 is where the game finds its heart. I think that's where the game like really hits its stride. Don't get me wrong, chapter 2 and 3 are fun because you're establishing stuff in town, pulling off heists or trying to pull off heists. Like there's a fun energy to that. But 6 is where the game finds meaning. And I haven't really had that feeling a lot when playing the game. Anyway, that's the end of the spoiler talks on Red Dead 2. So Mac, if you can hit him with that. Chaotic Rainbow Sheep, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Anyway, yeah, so you have two of the biggest, greatest worlds in games. One from like 20 years ago that still holds up amazingly, and one more recent that just has a level of detail and care to it that very few do. And while it does have its flaws in how it connects those, I think it does it in such a way that you still get these incredible moments. So yeah, you know, it is hard because, you know, Shadow of the Colossus, granted you can play it for a long time if you're doing the whole finding each of the little secret things to open that door, whatever the fuck it is. Shadow of the Colossus, though, is like, you know, 6 to 12 hours. You cannot skin the Colossi in real time. True. You ate all those goddamn lizards. Yeah, I mean, RDR2, you can for sure play for a long while, though. You know, keep going back to that world, look at horse testicles. Also, RDR Online's pretty fun. Both great games. I think both are ones that will be remembered for a long time of the awesome things they do. Obviously, Shadow of the Colossus has held the test of time. We'll see if Red Dead 2 does. But listen, thanks for the hydrate. There can only be one winner. What will it be? The old guard of riding a horse around a massive environment? Or the new guard of riding a horse around a massive environment? These are your options. One will be Shadow. I forgot to put of. Wait, sorry. Fuck, I fucked it up. I put Shadow of the Colossus as if it was like Shadow the Hedgehog. Fucking Christ. Chat, which will it be? Shadow of the Colossus or Red Dead Redemption 2? Shadow of the Colossus will be your ones. Red Dead Redemption 2 will be your twos. Best of luck. Godspeed. Vote well. Good luck. .30 seconds left. Solid lead by Shadow of the Colossus, but not in striking distance. Red Dead could have a late push. But maybe that's just the way it is. Ten seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The winner. We don't need the intense music anymore. The winner is Shadow of the Colossus. A solid win. You know, Shadow of the Colossus has the age. You know, it has proved it can age well. Red Dead Redemption, what 2018? When did it come out? Test of time on its side, yeah. You know, Red Dead Redemption 2, there is that aspect of will it be great in 15 years, right? I think it will be. I think people will look back and like it more than before. But obviously Shadow of the Colossus has stood that test of time. Like, no doubt it's stood that test of time. So that helps it out a fair bit. Anyway, congratulations to Shadow of the Colossus for your victory. You will be moving forward to the next round of the competition. All right. And now we have the weirdest matchup on here. Now we have the weirdest matchup on the fucking map. Why did I match these two? Why not? Why not? Should I have done Odyssey versus Witcher 3 and RE4 versus Portal 2? Maybe. Who knows, though? Chat, the thing about Portal 2 is it's really good. Portal came out of nowhere, right? Portal was a game designed by college students. Am I correct on that? I might be making it up. It was like a game jam thing. And then Valve was like, whoa, dope. This is cool. We buy you. You are ours. You are ours now. Okay. I can't have lyrics while I talk, though. Are there good chill Portal 2 songs? I'm pretty sure all of them are kind of batshit. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Portal 2, not really chill, but pretty good. I won't give it... I mean, I'll let you know if I give some spoilers on it. But we're going to start without it. Just generally talking about Portal 2, you pretty much take every idea that was in Portal 1, every great idea in Portal 1, and elevate it to the next level. They have more complicated puzzles. They added new mechanics for those puzzles in the form of the gels. They extended a section where you are kind of outside the test chamber and really have to use your brain to put stuff together. It has great performances. What's the actress's Ellen McLean? Is that correct? Is that her name? A great performance by the woman who plays GLaDOS. A great performance by Stephen Merchant, who plays Wheatley, and an impeccable performance by the greatest actor of our generation. I'll say it, chat. J.K. Simmons, the fucking GOAT. He's just so funny, and he just brings so much. The three of those give incredible performances. Sorry, I'm bopping to this song right now. I'm just bopping. Sorry, gotta bop for a bit. Is there a song that's chiller than this but can still get the feeling across? Because I'm just gonna keep bopping. Halls of Science. Daniel Day-Lewis, that's what I gotta say. GLaDOS Waking Up is great. Ooh, I did not remember that. Turret, here, we'll do this. This is chill enough. Anyway, yeah, I think Portal has just a lot of really creative uses and expansions of the ideas that the first game built on. The first game's great, but the first game's really special too. And I almost thought about putting that on here instead of this, but I think that the second game, it just expands on the ideas. I didn't think there was a dull moment. GLaDOS, Wheatley, Cave Johnson. I think I like Cave Johnson more than Wheatley, but all three are great. That's the other thing. It's like, yeah, you can do that comparison, but all three are incredible. Portal 1 is an idea. Portal 2 is the perfect execution. Yeah, I think Portal 2, like Portal 1, I don't think people had expectations for, right? Because they were like, what's this game? I remember playing it for the first time, being so confused by what it was, but also just so impressed that the idea existed. Where Portal 2 is really like, okay, what if we made an actual story? What if we had a bigger focus on the characters? and how things went along, how things like were created, how we got here, but do it in a funny way. That's just, yeah, interesting to explore, an interesting story to explore, where at the very least you have funny moments. The co-op of Portal 2 is underrated for sure, but co-op in it's really great, surprisingly great. I don't know, I think what I love about the game too is there's so many moments where you are stuck, you don't know what to do. You're not sure the best way to move forward. And all you have to say to yourself to help you out, and this is something I would keep asking my brother when I first played the first Portal, being like, how do I figure this out? What's the answer? And he would just respond with, well, you have a gun that shoots portals. And then I'd be like, oh yeah. And then I'd like be able to figure out in 5 seconds. And that's just the thing I would remind myself over and over while playing Portal 2 is like, okay, I have a gun that shoots portals. And that like aha moment when you make that connection of where to put to, or how to switch them, or how to use momentum to get somewhere higher is just so beautiful. And I have intentionally not replayed the game since whatever 2010 2011, wherever the fuck it came out, to try to forget as many of those puzzles as I fucking can. I'm gonna give it 5 more years, I think, and then replay it and be like, I'm a golden god, I love this so much. Hopefully I'll have forgotten it. Hopefully. We'll see. I'm giving it time. We'll see. Ooh, Ghost of Ratman, let's go. I think it's a hilarious game that makes you feel like a genius all the time. I'm gonna give a brief spoiler for Portal 2 here that I don't think would affect your opinion of it if you haven't played. But if you would like to mute in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, cool. The inversion of taking out GLaDOS, having Wheatley be like, I'm no longer the good guy, I'm going to be changed by power, and then have GLaDOS become your companion in a potato, where it's like she's working with you but wants to fucking kill you still and hates you, is just so funny. It's just such a good twist. Not even in its surprise, just in like how the rest of the game goes. I think you can know that going in and still be like, oh, this is amazing. And the interactions that come from it are great too. It's just really, really fun in that regard. Fucking that quack scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I think it's really, really quite good. So yeah, that's the end of the Portal 2 spoilers. That's all I want to say. I really like that interaction. Really like that interaction. But look, if we're talking about character interactions in games and having interesting matchups and comparisons and blah blah blah, filler as I try to find what I want to listen to, look no further than The Witcher 3. Winds howling. I wish I could do a Geralt impression. What is Geralt? He's a witcher. He's a witcher. Okay. So you remember everything I said about Red Dead Redemption 2's world being the most impressive world there's ever been in a video game? Number 2 is The Witcher 3. Number 2 is The Witcher 3 for sure. Oh, this is more epic than what I want, but we're gonna bop for a bit. Tossing a coin to the Witcher. Thank you, Granddaddy.
Tossing a coin to my Witcher.
All right. Let's go here. Fuck. Look, with almost all of these games, all-timer soundtrack. How are these games even comparable? Of course they're not. How are most games on this list comparable? How are most games comparable? I think that it's got a great world, very detailed, interesting places to go. I think it also peppers so much stuff throughout its world. Maybe not always in a way that you want to interact, but lots of interesting things to do while traveling and jump off and get a little benefit from doing those. It has a lot of great side quests. Bloody Baron fans, I'm here for you. Let's talk about some hags. To a point where some of them I don't always even realize what's a side quest and what's not. I think its characters really, really great. I think Geralt's a great character. I think Ciri's a great character. Got love for Yennefer. Triss exists. DLC is better than base game. I haven't played DLC, but I have heard a lot of good things about it. Yeah, here's the thing about The Witcher 3 is it has a game within the game that like could just be good. Right? It just could be a game. Listen, if you're all Triss fans, you just like redheads. All right? If you're a Triss shipper, you just like redheads. You just like redheads. And that's okay. Gwent is a game. I mean, Gwent is like a game that I feel like you could spend like, I don't know, how much money for those who, oh, fuck, shit. For those of you who like Gwent, how much money would you spend just for Gwent? Side quests are Geralt doing actual Witcher work, which is cool. Yeah, I do think similarly to Red Dead, there are some issues of the side quest stuff not mixing with the like the open world stuff and the side quest stuff not mixing with all of the main quest stuff, which I think does have a pretty serious drive, right? Of, hey, you gotta find Ciri, you gotta help Ciri. She's kind of your daughter, so you should probably fucking do that. Where for me, that kind of distracted me on my like first playthrough it of like, well, I just gotta do that. Where I think the side stuff is definitely more fun to engage with. But that's part of why the DLC is so great is you can kind of get some of that other shit out of the way and then just focus on DLC shit. Gwent is fine. $5, $100 on Gwent? Okay. Gwent's cool. I think The Witcher 3 has a hugely impressive world. I think it's got a lot of small little moments that you can come across that are just beautiful, right? Like just riding along, maybe getting off your horse to look at an overlook, hearing the wind moving through the grass as you see the trees and the tall grass sway back and forth. It's just so fucking cool. It just like, you feel like you're there, right? Yeah, wind's howling, you're all saying it, you're all feeling it. You know what I mean? Like there's just something about it that when I'm playing that, I feel more connected to that game than I do most other games. And more than a lot of games on this list that I think have that similar quality. I think The Witcher 3 does that better than most shit does. The swill in the game needs to take a chill. See, I love the sway. I think that's great. It is pretty intense. I think The Witcher 3 is really good if you're playing it on harder difficulties, for sure. I love the stuff where you actually have to feel like a Witcher. You actually have to do research on beasts, get shit so you can take them out well, and I think the harder difficulties work well, push that well. I also really like that should we do the spoiler part of this? All right, if you don't want Witcher 3 spoilers, mute now. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. I haven't played all the DLC, so I'm not going to talk about DLC spoilers at all, actually. I just want to talk about main quest stuff. So earlier we talked about Mass Effect 2 and some of the great stuff that does in terms of the loyalty missions and how that affects overall things going forward. And The Witcher 3 has some similar aspects to that, maybe a little less obvious. And that comes in the form primarily of Geralt's relationship with Ciri. And I really like that. There's a very important section where, depending on things you say to Ciri, they will have massive influences on choices she makes going forward, which can lead to a variety of different endings. And what I like about it, too, is that the ending that most people would consider the best ending, what most people would consider the good ending, you kind of have to give her advice that doesn't feel necessarily like the good guy advice, right? It's not like, I forget all the choices, but I know that there's some that's like, oh yeah, almost like a forgive and forget sort of thing, But if you do that and have her like, just ones where like she doesn't die, like bad things don't happen. I forget all the exact details. And people probably could argue on which ending is the best, right? But like, yeah, for her not to get in trouble, for her not to have doubt in herself, like you have to give her some kind of tough love. And I think that's really interesting and really good. And I like that those conversations that don't seem maybe super, super significant are. I like that a lot. That's all I'm going to talk about. Spoilers on that part for The Witcher 3. So yeah, you can tell the muted folk to unmute. Which of these 16 are my favorite? It'd be between Outer Wilds and Breath of the Wild. Anyway. What else to be said for these two games? Great, yeah, Dandelion, by the way. I forgot to mention Dandelion. We love a good Dandelion. What a fucking idiot bard. Like just so funny. So good. So good. Portal 2's got a lot of good hidden secrets. True. Oh, here's my connection point. Valve and CD Projekt Red suck. Lunas, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And thanks for the hydrate. I kind of hate both of them now. There was a time, and what's great too is there was a time where it was like, Valve is so amazing. They're doing great shit. And CD Projekt Red got a lot of faith with The Witcher 3, but then lost all of it. Why does CD Projekt Red suck? Look, I don't think you should excuse crunch stuff ever. I know people often will say that crunch happens in every game. And plenty of devs should be seen as sucking for that. CD Projekt Red, pretty bad about it. Also, their marketing for the console versions, specifically for the console versions of Cyberpunk, specifically lied. I'm not saying the developers at Cyberpunk, right? It's just some of the leadership at Cyberpunk that's the problem. And the individuals there, I'm sure 95% of them are amazing people, right? I don't know that. I'm sure they're fine. But like the people making decisions and how the game was marketed, which deliberately lied to people. And also they very specifically like made it so reviewers only were playing the game on high-end PCs. So that the reviews would be better. Why does Valve suck? Because they have a chokehold on the digital market space and have all but abandoned games. They are such a monopoly. And don't get me wrong. Epic's not, I don't like Epic as a company either. All right? I don't like Epic as a company either. But they have such a chokehold that like people get mad at other digital storefronts for existing. Anyway, let's go back to why these games are great though. Portal 2, push forward the puzzle genre. You're assuming that Valve hasn't done stuff to make it so that they don't have competitors, though. Sure. Capitalism causes problems, yeah. But that's not what we're talking about. we can have a leftist stream later on, but today we're going to talk about these fucking 2 games. I might put this on my second YouTube channel. I won't put it on my main channel. Anyway, Portal 2 push forward the puzzle genre. Witcher 3 push forward the open world genre. In what I think is a good way, right? I like The Witcher 3 a lot more than most AAA open world games. Both really solid titles that people really love, with interesting characters and stuff like that. But listen, only one of them can move forward to the next round. Only one can be your champion today. So, it's your time to decide which is better. The game that revolutionized 3D puzzle platformers, or the game that revolutionized open world games? Wind's howling. You have 1 minute to vote. Make it a good minute. Best of luck, Godspeed. Looking like the second tightest race we've had so far. That is quickly shifting in tone and moving to not so close of a race. But we have 30 seconds. This is interesting. I will be honest, I didn't know what was going to happen in this one. I didn't know what was going to happen. We have 15 seconds left. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the winner is Portal 2. Wow. Just a perfectly timed quack. I am honestly a little shocked on this one. Honestly, a little shocked. I think both are pretty solid games. Maybe it's just that, I wonder what people would vote on these two if it were a wider group. But yeah, I mean, Portal 2, here's the thing. I think this goes with the Red Dead matchup against Shadow of the Colossus. It goes with this one too. Portal 2, maybe you don't like it, but Portal 2 doesn't... How many times can I say Portal 2 before getting to my actual fucking point? Portal 2 doesn't have a lot of downsides, right? Portal 2 is perfect execution, yeah. It doesn't have much of an issue, right? There's not a lot that you'd look at it and be... Not to say there's no flaws, of course there are, but it's the kind of game that you're like, yeah, They knew what they wanted to do. They pulled it off. There weren't a ton of spaces where you're like, oh man, this is really, really frustrating. And that comes down to simplicity. Portal 2 is a far more simple game than The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3 is really intense. It's massive. It has so much more going on for it. But because of that, because of those extra ideas, yeah, there is bloat. There are things that aren't fun to interact with. Of Portal 2, I haven't played Portal 2 recently enough to give a great indication on that. Lunasoul, thank you for the 1550. Oh, thank you so much. Fuck yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you. I can't give any flaws though on Portal 2, because I haven't played it recently enough to give you something good. But I bet you if you watched a review, you could find someone do it. Probably some that go on too long, yeah. Anyway, that's what we got here. We have Portal 2 moving forward. All right. Hell yeah. God. The later rounds do go faster. I promise the later rounds go faster. We are a slow bunch here. Later rounds go faster because we've kind of already given the big sales pitch, right? The sales pitch happens in the first one, and then it's kind of just reiterating the points. All right, chat, this is a perfect time for a little break, a little bathroom break if you got to pee. Get some water. I need to get some water because I'm out. Congrats to Portal 2 for moving forward. I'm surprised by that. I would have bet The Witcher 3 won. I would have bet The Witcher 3. Are there newcomers? Did Joseph end stream? Is this a bad time to take a break, actually? It's honestly so funny that this is the timing of it. Because I guarantee you if it had happened 2 minutes earlier, The Witcher 3 would have dominated Portal. Oh my god. Yeah, it's probably Joseph hosts me because he's a sweet lad. He's a sweet lad. But I guarantee Joseph's fan base would have 100% voted for The Witcher 3 instead of Portal 2. What a tragedy. No, we can't repoll. The vote is in. We do not do recounts, unfortunately. But but listen, now that Joe's audience is here, we can almost guarantee a winner for Resident Evil 4. Right? We got that. Count the mail-in vote. Doing an unofficial for fun. All right. Unofficial. It's tough. You gotta get your votes in on time, unfortunately. I don't think this is a more just vote, to be honest, because I mean, there's always going to be bias, right? There's always going to be bias. All right. With Joe's audience here, what wins? This is so funny. It's so funny. Still looking Portal 2. We'll see. That's the thing with the host. Not everyone's super active. A lot of them probably click off pretty quickly. Yeah, I am under the impression that they like The Witcher more than Portal. Yeah, I am, to be honest. You all hate The Witcher? Got it. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Either way, Portal 2 still wins even with the host, so didn't matter. I could have been peeing that whole time. All right, chat. This is we're gonna take a little break. We're gonna take a little break. Oh fuck! I closed the poll thing. Get your waters. Get a snack if you need it. What the fuck? All right. Get a snack if you need it. Yeah. I'm going to be right back. See you in a bit. All right. I'm starting to lose my voice. It's good. It's good. It's good. How are we all feeling? Okay, so yeah, to address Odyssey, kind of addressed it at the beginning. I probably agree personally that Odyssey might not be it's definitely not my favorite Mario game. It is a lot of people's. It is a lot of people's. When you do public votes, people come out for Odyssey. It surprises me still. I think what I've noticed about Mario, maybe more than most franchises, is there is so much variance in stuff. And why I went with Odyssey was I think it is probably in the top 2 for a lot of people. Not all people, but for a lot of people. So that's why I went with that. Anyway. Have any of you been playing Bowser's Fury, by the way? I fucking love it. I think it's so good. I love it. It is my shit. It's just like fun. You know what I mean? It's just fun. It's just fun. Okay. But anyway, let's talk about our next matchup. Very quite tonally, very similar. Couldn't be a more close matchup if I'm being honest, and that is Super Mario Odyssey versus Resident Evil 4. Remember when Nintendo discovered jazz music?
Here we go, off the rails. Don't you know
It's just thank you Nintendo. So look, I'm a 3D World OST stan, right? But Odyssey bops. For basing it off of main theme songs, this one wins. This beats RE4 for sure, but that's not what we're all doing it on. All right. I can't talk over something with lyrics though, so we're gonna have to change the song. It's beautiful. The Odyssey. Okay. Anyway. Dude, this just makes me think of Doug Doug. Just makes me think of Doug Doug. Okay. Yeah, Odyssey has a great varied soundtrack that really hits home with the themes of each world, and it is quite impressive. Big love for that. I think that Super Mario Odyssey, bar none, and Steve, this includes Super Mario 64. It has the best movement of any Mario game out there. Just incredible movement. The set that Mario has, the versatility of what he can do with the hat, being able to run, long jump, throw your hat, dive into your hat, jump off of it is just so fun. And when you figure it out and get those things moving together and are able to hit every corner of the map, you just feel like a god. You just feel like a god. And I think one of the coolest side effects for that, similarly to the incredible, and I should say, Mario 64, I think, while less intuitive, also has an incredible moveset, incredible movement. And I think that's why these two games, in my opinion, are the most interesting to watch speedruns of. And it's why Galaxy is less interesting to watch speedruns of. by a lot. I think just the creativity that can go into stuff for Odyssey is incredible. I think a handful of the worlds in this game are packed with really cool platforming challenges that are parts of the levels, and also just some, pipes you can go down to do cool stuff. I think New Donk City is one of my favorite areas in a game. I really love New Donk City. I like Cascade Kingdom a lot. The desert area exists. The desert area is a place. And clearly Odyssey is a love letter to Mario. Odyssey is a love letter to the games that came before it. And I think it succeeds in that front. Whether it's the part of the game that has Jump Up Superstar playing, right? Where you're doing like the old fashioned fucking platforming section on the wall, whether it's the area at the end of the game, which is just like the Super Mario 64 grounds, whether it's the little sections that are similar to both 3D World and Galaxy. Odyssey is a game that's like, hey, we love Mario. We are Nintendo and we love Mario, and we want to make a game that shows how much we love Mario. And I think in that regard, they were incredibly successful. It's exciting. The things you can pull off are creative and fun to do. Some downsides of it is, I think, for better and worse, it took a page actually out of Breath of the Wild's book of rewarding you for every little small thing you see, right? it packs its kingdoms with tons of little stuff, some of which is less interesting to get. And, you know, lots of people have talked about this. I know Joe has talked about it at length in his video of like, yeah, is it fun? The moonflation. Yeah, is it fun to have a moon be under a pile of sand that you ground pound? And why is that have the same value as a tough platforming challenge? You know? And I think those are valid criticisms of the game. I feel like with some small tweaks, the problems in Odyssey, sorry, Joseph Anderson, I just assume all of you know him. But with some small tweaks, a lot of the problems in Odyssey could be completely fixed. Mostly in like the rewards it gives you. Like if it had replaced a ton of the moons with purple coins, I think that helps a lot of the problems. It helps that moonflation. And, you know, they didn't do it, and that might be a knock against it. That might be part of your vote. For what it's worth, though, Odyssey is a clear love letter to the good things that Mario does. Some small changes to Odyssey could vastly improve the experience. Big true. It's still very good. I think also Odyssey's core new mechanic that it introduces is one of the best in Mario. I think Cappy in general, not just for movement, is great. Being able to take over enemies in the game and have little abilities with them that allow you to reach new places are very incredible. It's fun, it's varied, it changes up how you look at areas and places. And yeah, it's fun. It's a good game. It's like because of its love letter aspect, I think that's why it sits in that spot of being a lot of people's second favorite Mario game. Because I think a lot of people look at it and they're like, this reminds me of 64. A lot of people look at it and they're like, this reminds me of Galaxy. A lot of people look at it and they're like, this reminds me of 3D World. And the two of you who like Sunshine the most look at it and are like, this is why I like Sunshine. So, yeah. Great game. It'll be interesting to see if, hey, Razor, just so you know, if you're going to pressure me, go watch someone else. I'm going to take however much time I want, and you're going to get timed out if you do it. So, chill, bro. Sunshine disrespect. Plenty of people like Sunshine. Sunshine's good. It's just funny to joke about it. Odyssey literally worse than Sunshine. I disagree. See ya, Razor. Fucking dickhead. Jesus Christ. All right. Anyway. Oh my God. Why come and watch me? If you don't want to listen to me talk, why come? Anyway. Yeah. Odyssey, good game. 9 out of 10. Not even a follower, I know. So, that's all I got to say on Odyssey. I'm really excited to see what Odyssey 2 does. Not 10 out of 10 blocked reported. Really excited to see what Odyssey 2 does, because I think with a few innovations and a few changes, Nick Lennon, thank you for the sub. With a few changes, I think it could be so good. So good. But listen, that's only one of the two games we have going here. We have a game that has freedom of movement in a way that you had never experienced before. And then another game that has limited movement in a way that's actually really good. That actually creates suspense. That creates tense, incredible moments. And that is Resident Evil 4. Look, RE4 is a weird game for me. I was a Nintendo gamer, chat. A big old Nintendo boy. I didn't get a PlayStation until pretty late in my life, which is to say like 10. But I was never big on PlayStation. I was always behind on PlayStation stuff. Like, I got a PS1 around the time that PS2 came out, so I was definitely behind the curve on that sort of thing. It was a GameCube exclusive when it came out. So I'd never really played a Resident Evil game, even though I do know that they were on other consoles. But RE4, which was marketed and pushed as this big Nintendo exclusive on the GameCube, caught my attention. It eventually did come out on PS2 and now is on PC. It's on like everything now. But I plan to stream until this is done. The later rounds should go quicker, but yeah. And then RE4 comes around, which was a game I hadn't really played anything like it. I hadn't played any horror games in my life to that point. And then, hey, this M-rated game comes out around the time where my parents would actually let me buy M-rated games. I bought it, and it blew my mind. Leon, the true American hero, as he gives his shitty, beautiful one-liners as you work through a terrifying Spanish town. Just some memories of playing that game that I will never forget. The atmosphere beautiful, the tension terrifying, the different bosses done well. That moment when the first chainsaw lad comes at you and you are panicked and you don't know what to do, and you fucking get your head sliced off because you weren't able to get away fast enough. And you're like, this is that kind of game. Yeah. So here's the other thing. Back in the day, whenever I found a game I liked, I would have all my friends fucking play it. I'd have them come over and play it. And one time, one friend saved over another friend's file, even though we're like, hey, don't do that. Stop. Don't do that. Don't stop. I was like, what? And then saved over it. Good shit. Classic shit. Yep. What an asshole. What a bastard. Anyway, RE4 is just super good shit. Fun to play through, fun to get the shotgun. That feeling that, yeah, screw that guy. That feeling of when, you know, you get fucked up by guys a lot and then get the shotgun and then shoot the fucking chainsaw dude's head off is just like, oh, yeah, also chainsaw dude is my dad. I don't know if you knew that. Bag on the head is my dad. Yeah, very replayable with the New Game Plus stuff and you know, getting that rocket launcher baby and just going through and dominating everything. Amazing. Great stuff. A good story. I shat on Ashley earlier. I think that stuff does have some interesting payoffs. I don't think she's the most engaging companion, as a valid option in a lot of areas does end up just being, hey, hide in the dumpster until we're out. But it's not all bad. It's certainly not all bad. Top 2 opening. A great opening for sure in RE2. Prey has a good one too. Yes, big love for the inventory system. I made a whole video pretty much saying I wish more inventory systems were like RE4's, where you had to play inventory Tetris. I love that shit. I love you have to make those choices. Ashley better than Elizabeth Ellie. What a take, bro. That's a take. That's a take. But the whole point of Ashley is that she kind of sucks. And that's what's good about her. That's what's good about her writing. Like the shit near the end of the game, right? I guess spoilers for RE4. This game's like 20 years old, but if you don't want to hear, I guess you can mute for a couple seconds. All right, 3, 2, 1. When chat, man. When you get to the end, and it's like that typical build up in every game, right? You have the romantic subtext between your two main characters, and Ashley's like, "Hey, Leon, you want to fuck?" And Leon's like, "Bitch, no." Bitch, no way, dude. Not a chance. And then calls up Huntington or whatever her name is. Just so good. It's just so funny and so Leon, and just like a great kind of subversion from what you would expect from the matchup in it. But yeah. Okay, you can unmute. I don't think Ashley's fit. I don't know. I don't think she's a kid. I mean, either way, she tries to go on a date with Leon. I don't think she's Ashley Graham. I don't know what year it's supposed to take. I think she's 20. In 2004, she's kidnapped. She was born in 1984. She's 20. Has RE4 aged well? It's aged pretty well. I think it's still a decently good game in current year. Because, you know, its mechanics that it's limited by, excuse me, its mechanics that it's limited by were used really well in creating suspense. And pushing ideas forward that is trying to do. Like, you're supposed to, in a lot of ways, feel like you don't have a good grasp, because that's just part of it, right? You're supposed to feel like your control is limited. I also remember one of my favorite moments I've ever had when playing a game. And Grimstein, you might have been there for this. I can't remember. The game terrified me for so long when I played it. I remember like first starting it and then like being afraid to like walk upstairs. Like, it just shook me when I first played it. But I hit a point once I got to disc 2 where I was like, yeah, nothing can scare me in this game anymore. I've gotten used to it. I'm perfectly fine. And then almost like as if the game heard me. As if the game heard me say that. I'm walking forward in a fucking... There's a refrigerator and a dude busts out on fire and grabs me. And I just fucking like jumped and dropped my controller. The game knew exactly when I as a player would start feeling comfortable and hit me with the fucking scariest shit. And it was just amazing. It's one of my favorite moments I've ever had playing a goddamn game. Yeah, it's a horror game. It's not supposed to feel good. And that's not going to necessarily be a perfect answer for everyone, but that's why I think it's aged well, is its limitations are used to push it forward. I haven't played Silent Hill 2. I've heard people say similar things about that, though. So yeah. Anything else I should say about RE4? I think that's a pretty good sell on the game. I think you have two games that are great in their respective series. Would people say RE4 is the best RE game? I know a lot of people like 7, but I think they're forgetting about the second half of 7. Push the medium forward for sure. RE4 or RE2 remake. Like 4 the most. Yeah. 4 is great. When you get to the castle, it's so cool. Second half of 7 is pretty good. I think the second half of 7 falls apart. The first half I thought it was incredible, but the second half, I think the first half is a 10 out of 10 and the second half is like a 6 out of 10. Like the whole boat segment. But whatever, we're not talking about 7. I mean, pretty much from the moment that you, from getting on the boat onwards. 4 is probably most replay, but not my favorite. Yeah. All right, chat. But look, we've talked about these games and the different ways that they use movement to push people forward. One restrictive, one not. One all about building atmosphere, the other all about building interesting situations for you to get moons and to test your different skills and abilities, or at least how willing you are to pay attention. So what is it going to be? Which is better? Mario. How do you spell Odyssey? Is that right? Yep, I think. Mario Odyssey. Versus Resident Evil number 4. Ones will be Mario Odyssey. 2 will be Resident Evil 4. Now is your time to vote. Godspeed. I still can't believe Hollow Knight lost by 2 votes. That one's fucking heartbreaking. We have 30 seconds left. The Zoomers have entered the call. It is looking like Odyssey has a big advantage. We have 20 seconds. Can Resident Evil pull back? Can Resident Evil bring it back around? 15. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1, and the winner is with 75 votes to 51 is Mario Odyssey. Freaking Mario Gang. Thank you.
Freaking
for the bits.
Mario Gang.
Oh, I
say.
don't need to read that. I forgot I got text to speak. I used to not have text to speak, and now I do. So it just does it for me. All right. Surprising. I thought Resident Evil 4 would have had that. I have been surprised by a lot of these. Not super surprised by Shadow of the Colossus. I don't know. Yeah. Been surprised by half of them. Danart, thank you for the 100 bits. Let's go. All right. All right, chat. I think this is probably the hardest matchup of the first round. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm viewing stuff in the wrong lens. But this is a tough matchup for certain. It's going to be tough for a lot of people because these two games offer very different things. But it's time for us to talk about Breath of the Wild versus Undertale. Hey, Tico. All right. So, we have two great, incredible games, both of which have gotten massive fan bases excited again, and given people experiences that they remember kind of better than most other games. Great music in both of them for different reasons. Undertale's is a little more like in your face, where Breath of the Wild is understated. Starting with Breath of the Wild. Steve spanning all Undertale states. Well, I wonder what's going to win then. One thing I'll say before getting into the comparisons, Breath of the Wild is starting to go through a similar life cycle as Undertale, which is everybody started off talking about how amazing it is. And now people have gotten tired of hearing that and are starting to turn against Breath of the Wild in the same way they did with Undertale. Interesting, because I mean, not every game's going to connect with everyone, and that's cool. Oh, you want to hear this train?
This whole thing was rigged by the Zoomers from the Stark's Edge.
True. So here's the thing. Before we get into it, to keep getting distracted, to annoy you people that just want me to move on to the next thing. To annoy that, here, give me a sec. 10 hours of this sounds good. A lot of people were like, why aren't older games on here? And it's the Zoomers, okay? Because I know that Ocarina of Time is gonna get its fucking ass beat. Okay, I know that Super Metroid is gonna get dominated. Anyway, to talk about Breath of the Wild. Going into Breath of the Wild, I had such low expectations. I genuinely think that I was one of the people. No, I wouldn't put Ocarina. I would have put Majora's Mask, if either. I would have put Majora's ass Majora's Mask, if either. Anyway, I was so low on Breath of the Wild when I heard that Zelda was going the open world route, which if you've been around for a while, you fucking know. We have a complicated relationship, me and open world games, okay? We have a complicated relationship. I want to love them, but I almost never do because they get bogged down in so much bullshit. I almost planned on skipping Breath of the Wild, but then I hit this moment where I was like, well, I have some disposable income and I'm sad today, so I'm going to spend my money. And the day that the Switch came out, I decided, fuck it. I'm going to take off work, buy a Switch, and then play Breath of the Wild the next day. Because I'm mature. Okay? Because I am mature. I'm a mature human. And I got it on a whim and then was treated with an experience that, like, not only did I not expect, but it's kind of what I had been looking... It's kind of what I've been looking for in an open world game for so long. When you look at a lot of my critiques of open world stuff, Breath of the Wild addresses a lot of it. That whole idea, I've talked about it in multiple videos of like the power of the questions it asks, right? Everywhere you walk, there is something you see and want to know what's up with it because it might be an inconsistency in the world or a beautiful vista. And you're almost always rewarded with either a Korok seed, which are super fucking valuable because of the limited inventory slots, or a weapon, which are super valuable because weapons break a lot. So getting stuff and refreshing your stuff constantly is important. But it was also the answers to the questions and how you had to find answers to questions without being directly led to it. Which blew my mind and really made me fall in love with the game. I remember there's a moment where if you go, I forget the village's name, but if you start heading to Kakariko Village early on, you come across these two guys that are like, hey, we'll give you a clue, right? We will give you a clue to where this treasure is. And they give you a little riddle about like, where the forks meet or some shit. And it's talking about the rivers, right? And other open world games would have had you talk to those people and then put a big circle of where you're supposed to go. I know this because they do that, because that's what Ghost of Tsushima did. That's what The Witcher does. They put a circle of where you need to explore. It answers the question for you. But Breath of the Wild doesn't. Breath of the Wild is like, this is a simple enough riddle. If you can't answer it, you don't get it. You have to figure it out on your own. You have to open your map, look at the names of the rivers, and determine where this cross-section is of where the treasure would be. There's the Leviathan, that's a different thing, but that's the same idea. There's also like when it tells you to go to the Lionel, right? In the Zora area. It just points you in the direction. It doesn't give you a waypoint. Like there are some waypoints, true, but there's a lot that don't have it. And yeah, I think that trust in the player and that ability to not have to rely on the game telling you what to do or where to go and you having to figure it out on your own is just such a good feeling that we don't get enough in video games. And yeah, that's why I love Outer Wilds. I saw someone saying that earlier. That's why I love Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds does the same thing, and it feels so good to play. Outer Wilds is less surprising though, excuse me, because it's like an indie AA game. This is a Nintendo game. This was such a risk. This was such a risk for Nintendo. Like, switching the formula this much and doing a big open world game where it's like, we're not going to hold your hand. Incredible in that they pulled it off. I can't think of any other open world game where I can actually turn the HUD off entirely and not be hurt by that. Where like there's so much, like, people were like, hey, you can turn the HUD off in RDR2. You can't. You cannot turn the HUD off in RDR2 because there'll be shit where it's like hide the wagon. And I think Jakey talked about this specific example in his video. And I had the same issue when I was playing. It'll be hide the wagon or find a spot to look out. And you could go to a spot that would be a sufficient hiding spot. You could go to a spot that's a good lookout. But if it isn't the exact spot that Red Dead wants, it's not going to work. It's not going to trigger it. There isn't stuff like that in Breath of the Wild. And I love it big for that. The shrines themselves, fun to work through. Interesting little puzzles that don't hold too long. I think the Divine Beasts, this might be an unpopular opinion. While I definitely do wish that there was more variance in the aesthetics of stuff, and I will say if the Divine Beasts were a little longer, that'd be nice. With that said, the mechanics of the Divine Beasts are incredible. The way that like you can manipulate how they work and have like the trunk of the elephant move to have different things be accessible is super cool. The different rotating ones, really interesting. I love that you could still do stuff in mostly any order in them. I think it's great. Could they have been longer? Yes. Could the bosses have been a little, the bosses of the Divine Beasts been a little more unique? Yes. Could the aesthetics been better? Yes, for sure. I still think like they're great in themselves. Also, I mean, the Overland bosses I like a lot. I like the Hinox. I like the Talus shit. I like that shit a lot. But yeah, the temple bosses left some to be desired. I love that you can go fight Ganon from the onset. You can finish the tutorial and go fight him. You can fight him after 2 Divine Beasts. 1, you can do it however you want. I like that a lot. Also, ready? Oh yeah, Eventide Island. Great part of the game. Also, and my hottest take, weapon durability. Chef's kiss. It's good. The weapon durability is good as fuck. It's important to the game. It's one of the most exciting things in the game when your weapon breaks and you have nothing and you have to run and grab the weapon of an enemy before he can get it instead of you. It's a great moment. It is crucial to what makes interesting and it makes it interesting to keep exploring and gives you reason to keep exploring instead of just hoarding weapons all the time. I think part of the problem is the game might not communicate well enough that your weapons are going to break all the time and that's okay, right? So maybe it could have done a better job communicating that. I think also maybe one thing I would add, and maybe Breath of the Wild 2 should add, is when your weapon breaks, giving you like some sort of material so that you feel like you are gaining, like, so that you actually kind of want to break weapons, so that you can get, so that you can give material, so then like you can get better shit going on, right? It could be material that you use at the fairy fountains to get better armor or shit like that, and that will make it so you won't have that same fear of needing to hoard weapons. Granted, I think people who play the game hoarding weapons don't realize that if they just keep cycling through stuff and keep exploring, they'll be perfectly fine because of how we're conditioned by other games. But yeah, that's my take on it. I don't get me wrong. I maybe they could have made things a little less glassy. I don't know all the numbers on stuff, and I do think that adding that material thing would be a good change. But yeah, all in all, I think that's a great shit. All right. Yeah, cool game, good side quests, good side activities. Everything you do in Breath of the Wild feels like it's building to the final goal of beating Ganon. Yeah. Music's all-timer. I don't know what else to say. Anything else to add? Here. Zelda's hair looks better in 2. I agree. Ooh, one big negative I'll give you on Breath of the Wild. Voice acting a little stilted. Didn't love Zelda's performance. At least in English. I didn't love it. It was fine, but I didn't love it. Is that fair? Thanks for the hydrate. I mostly just think I just have troubles connecting the voice of the lady who plays Zelda to the character of Zelda. I think the rest were actually pretty good. But for me, for whatever reason, hearing the voice of Zelda, I just struggled to actually connect it to the character. It's really just with her, to be honest. And I don't think she's a bad voice actress. I'm not trying to say that. I just struggle with feeling like it sounds like her, or what I view Zelda to sound like. That's how it goes. And this song's bop. Okay. And look, I think I've probably convinced most of you at this point that Breath of the Wild should win. So now it's time to convince you that Undertale should win. Wait, let me sorry, give me a sec. Let me time that better. At this point, I think I've convinced you. Fucking wait. I forget which song. Okay. At this point, I think I've probably convinced you that Breath of the Wild should win. So now it's time for me to convince you that Undertale should win. Wait. Now it's time for me to convince you that Undertale should win. Pretend like I did that the first time. Nailed it. Thank you. Yeah, I guess to start, as much as I adore Breath of the Wild's OST, shout out to Toby Fox. I think a genius composer of this era, who we are lucky to have in the video game space, making music that connect the tissue of beautiful moments in games. And that's just the music part of it. I think he's also a solid writer. I think he made this game pretty much by himself, right? Obviously some help, some funding, some help with art and stuff like that, but the game is him. The game is largely him. We don't deserve Toby Fox. An incredible creative mind, who I think deserves just so much credit. I think that the Portal 2 soundtrack has been playing this whole time. Silently. Anyway. That's funny. Anyway. Undertale gives a incredible cast of characters to interact with and think about. And this is what is it? Bergen-Truken? I don't know how to pronounce it. It's the Asgore song. The song when you fight Asgore. A cast of interesting, relatable, and sad characters to move through the journey with. Here, we are going to move to a less intense song, though, to move through with. I think the sentimentality of Undertale, and I got into a bit of an argument with I don't know if you're here, whoever I was arguing with on Twitter about it. And one of the points that the person made is how novel the concept of Undertale's presentation of kindness is. And I don't know that I fully agree with its novelty, because obviously plenty of games explore kindness, right? But Undertale does have a sort of sentimentality to it that is really easy to connect to and dive into. I think everyone can look at least one character interaction in Undertale and say, like, yeah, this reminds me of something from my own life or my own friends. People have a strong connection to everyone in the cast, to Sans, to Papyrus, to Undyne, to fucking Asgore, to Toriel. Like, it's just really easy to like the different characters in this game. And it's a cool inversion, right? It's a cool inversion where they're all set up as the quote unquote villains, right? They're the monsters. They're the things that you're supposed to defeat. And that's what you think you're supposed to do for part of the game, probably for your first playthrough, unless you've heard someone else tell you stuff about the game, or unless, you know, you're really observant and a better person than me because I killed the fuck out of Toriel. I'm sorry, Goat Mama. I'm sorry. But it's interesting thing when that almost Bioshock-esque twist. Oh wait, sorry. Anyway, when that almost Undertale-esque twist happens, you know, where hey, what is? I fucking forgot it. Like the whole thing is XP is what is I'm shitting my pants here. I'm fucking up. But the whole thing is like, hey, what you thought was experience is actually like murder people points, right? I'm not clever enough or have a good enough memory to get it correct, so bear with me. Right, execution points. Thank you. Fucking Christ. Level of violence, yeah. You know, it's a nice little like, oh yeah. And you probably by that point, I know I stopped killing things probably about halfway through. I think it was after I killed Papyrus. And it was after that I was like, oh, I don't want to kill stuff anymore. I didn't like how that felt. And I think the different paths that you can take in the game, that you can play it middle of the road where you kill some stuff and don't kill other stuff, that you can play it all one way of trying to take out literally everything, or the pacifist route, which was the most fun I had. I didn't do a kill everything route. I did my normal playthrough and then replayed it with pacifist, and I enjoyed that a lot, to do it in that game way. And I think having those switch ups, having those different ways to approach the game is really interesting, and not enough stuff does that, where your choices actually do feel like they matter. And also where the different ways you play the game are supposed to get you to feel certain things about the game. The kill everything run, yeah, it is annoying to play, and that's the point. You're not supposed to do it. You're not supposed to do it. The option is there to do it because it has to be. It has to be to push the themes forward. But like, you're not supposed to do it. The game doesn't want you to do it, but the option is there. And I think the knowledge he had of how people would react to it based off of, I think, his previous work that he had done. What was it? Homestuck stuff? I don't know much about that. Granted, he couldn't have possibly guessed the level that the response would be, but he called his shots. There's stuff in there. H-Bomb has a really great video on this, but there's stuff in Undertale that is like questioning the player's like perverted sentimentality, that they want to see every aspect of the game, every inch of the game, and can't leave well enough alone, that they love the game so much that they are literally willing to destroy everything in it. And he called that theme and had stuff in there and was like, people will do this because this is how people look at games. It's so brilliant. It really is brilliant. His understanding of how people would engage with Undertale. Again, I don't think that he knew how popular it would be, but he knew that the people who played it, based on his previous experiences, would react that way. And incredible. I think, yeah, it obviously does some cool stuff with retaining information between save files, regardless of if you think you're starting a new save file. Does some cool stuff in the neutral, in all the runs really, with like quitting out of your game or thinking you corrupted your game in certain ways. Big fan of that, you know, but it refused. We love it. I haven't played Deltarune, so I can't say anything about it. But yeah, I mean, Undertale kind of came out of nowhere. Has funny comedy, good characters, solid moments that kind of test what you think about games, how you feel about games. And yeah, some questions about morality too, like what is right and wrong? When does it actually matter? Combat is pretty interesting. Yeah, that is like the bullet hell setup. Definitely some good stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a good spot. Is there anything else I'm missing? Oh yeah, I'm missing one thing. Chat, if you have reached the highest mountain of defeating Mr. Sans Undertale, you deserve this song. The Sans fight is one of the most fun fights I've ever had in a game, and finishing it is one of the best feelings I've ever had beating Sans. I have never done a full kill everything route, but I did on stream download the end of this game just to fight Sans, and it was fun as fuck. Can this be the vote music? Unfortunately, I can't do that. I think doing that biases the game, the vote towards Undertale. So look, you have two games, hugely beloved for very different reasons, as they do very, very different things. But offer a lot of player freedom in how the player approaches them. Player really gets to enjoy the game how they want to enjoy it. And that is dope as fuck. We got big love for that. What else is there to be said? All-time soundtracks, honestly, for both of them. Really interesting game. I think they both games iterate a lot. Thanks for the hydrate. Both games iterate a lot on stuff done before. Obviously, Zelda iterating both on the Zelda formula and open world games. Can we talk about how Breath of the Wild made a better, like, Nintendo's first attempt at an open world game was better than like every open world game. And yeah, Toby Fox like single-handedly made Earthbound like games back into relevance. Lisa, I love you. Lisa, you're a great game. I'm a big fan, but you weren't very popular because you're a little too sad. You hurt people's souls just a little too much. It is what it is. What can be done? What can be done? Anyway, these are our two games. Which is better? We got Breath of the Wild versus Undertale. Only one can win. Only one can win. Depressive Badger, if Breath of the Wild wins, sorry to see you go, but it is what it is. Breath of the Wild is your 1, Undertale is your 2. You have 1 minute to vote. Godspeed. Godspeed. $30 left. Breath of the Wild winning by a strong margin. Can the Undertale Zoomies come back in to take it over? Does it refuse? Does Undertale refuse? Does it refuse? 15 seconds left. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the winner is Breath of the Wild with 63% of the vote. 100 votes. You think Undertale's the boomer here? I mean, it is the older game, but I feel like Zoomers probably like Undertale more than they like Breath of the Wild. It's not about what's released later. It's not about what's older. It's about who attracts which one. And the reason people hated Undertale's fan base is because it was mostly kids. It was mostly children. Anyway, congratulations to Breath of the Wild. Not a massive surprise here. Not a massive surprise. You think Undertale's more accessible? I think I disagree. I've got big thoughts on Breath of the Wild's accessibility. I made a video on it. Quite good one. Quite good video. Talked about Mario being a zoomer. I mean, Mario a zoomer over RE4? You gotta look at the matchups. Mario Odyssey versus RE4. Odyssey's the clear zoomer pick. No shot. All right. Chat, we are in the the quarterfinals. These rounds will be a little quicker because we've kind of done the big talks on them. She has not yet, but will happen at some point. Can't believe Hollow Knight's out. It was close. I am surprised by it. I expected Minecraft to lose. It was between. Here's what's gonna break your heart. Here's what's gonna break your heart about Hollow Knight. Lost by 2 votes. Lost by 2 votes. Had you been here, you actually could have made a difference. Karen, thanks for the host. Two votes. Could have made a difference. How's your stream? Were you streaming? Rip Hollow Knight. Nah, not today. Sweet. Is nothing if not a slave to democracy. Listen. We love voting, and we love uninformed voting. The true pillars of democracy. Okay. Redo the vote for it? No. The votes happened. I'm sorry, Donald. Not gonna fucking redo it. All right. I'm gonna go fill up my water because I'm out, and then we'll be back at it. Okay. So, hey, you need some pretzels? You need some water? Go get it. Okay. This is your moment. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. This has been a pretty solid voting so far. I think I'm pretty happy with what's won. Personally, I would have preferred to see Hollow Knight move on, and I would have preferred to see RE4 move on. And I love Minecraft. But and it's probably just that I'm replaying Hollow Knight right now and got big love for it because of that. Minecraft's modding is the biggest. Yeah. Should we count modding towards our points? I guess you can't not. All right. Let's get into it. The next matchup. Outer Wilds versus The Last of Us. Look, we've talked about both these games, so we don't need to go over too much details, but I suppose as just refreshers, with Outer Wilds, you know, obviously this open world setup of free exploration. All right, we're not voting yet. Okay, don't get me wrong, chat. I'm really happy by what I'm seeing, but chill, okay? Chill. Outer Wilds, a story, you know, about free exploration where you figure out what's at the heart of life, universe, blah blah blah, all that shit. Connected moments with characters, great things like that. You know, I think both experiences solid. Okay, I've given that's all I really have to say. Extra I have to say. I already know how this is gonna fucking go. But let's get a little Last of Us music going too. Excuse me. Yeah, we already know Outer Wilds won, but let's at least do the due diligence, okay? The Last of Us. A story worth telling, performances worth telling, things we hadn't seen much before. Honestly, hey, if your vote is God of War 2018, if you wanted that on this list, you should be voting for The Last of Us, right? So many games inspired by The Last of Us, so much pushing in performances inspired by it. I think both great games. God of War 2018 is The Last of Us, what I'm telling you. It's a meme. God of War is so much better. The combat's better for sure. Story and performances, I don't know. Maybe. Atreus is great. Anyway, we're not talking about God of War. Sorry. Yeah. Look, I think we can tell the direction that this is going. Last of Us was a really important game for 2013. I think it's really influential in how stuff has moved forward with it. On the other side, Outer Wilds, maybe its influence on the gaming landscape has not been seen. Atreus is great. The actor who plays Atreus is great. Yeah. Outer Wilds' influence has not been seen so much yet, but obviously, you know the reaction of the fan base. People who have played Outer Wilds adore that game. It's a religious experience, and it'll be interesting to see how that's moved forward, whether it be how Mobius Digital approaches their next game, or how other people learn from what Outer Wilds did. I don't think we have to dwell on it too long. We know these two games. We know the matchup here. And frankly, we probably know how this is going to play out. But there is always a chance for a Cinderella story. So we got to vote. We got to see which of these two games is better. Your options are Outer Wilds, which will be your 1, and The Last of Us, which will be your 2. Which of these gems, which of these important games will move on? First vote can go against The Last of Us. Go ahead. You have 1 minute to vote. Best of luck. You guys made it look close for a second there. You guys made it look close for a second there. "30 seconds left. Outer Wilds with a strong lead. But can my okayers out there bring it back? Okay. Can we remember that moment? Can any okayers out there? 15 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Outer Wilds it is. Fuck yes. Let's go, chat. Let's fucking go. Let's get it. God damn it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Don't you okay me? Come on. It hurt you a little bit, didn't it? All right. Sweet. Outer Wilds moves on. Not all that surprising. Makes sense, the sentimentalities of this chat being fans of me. Outer Wilds will be in the semi-finals. Wow. Cool. Congratulations to Outer Wilds. Big fan of that. Next up, we have Minecraft versus Dark Souls. This one is a little tougher than the last. We're not voting yet, so please do not post your votes. I think Minecraft and Dark Souls, genuinely, obviously a lot of influential games on this list. I think Minecraft and Dark Souls might kind of hit the top of it, of stuff that has pushed games forward, of stuff that is often compared to other games that kind of set the standards for certain ideas. Yeah, very different in what they do, but very similar in how they influence other stuff. I think they are the Minecraft of Dark Souls. Top tier modern games. I think these are probably two of the most referenced games there are out there. I think Minecraft is Zoomer, would be my guess. With great moments to each of them. Minecraft obviously reminds you of being a kid. It reminds you of exploring places unseen, places in the world that aren't made for you. But at the same time, if you're the one seeing them, aren't they? The world doesn't care that you're there. As my good friend Vizid said, it doesn't care that you're there. It doesn't care that you're exploring, but that doesn't make it any less beautiful. Mice on Venus, the best first half of a track in any game ever. Obviously, with Minecraft, you got the mod community, which is quite incredible and amazing and brings new life to the game. You have so many capabilities with Redstone. The fact that you can make a functioning computer, quite impressive, and I think gave a lot of people a feeling in games that they never had in a title before. And then on the other side of things, you have another game that did those things in a way different way. In Dark Souls. Darky Soulsy. What song should I play from Dark Souls? Cool, creepy. We love a good little creepy song. Oh, this one I want. Your boy. Hey, remember Sif, chat? Dark Souls obviously has become synonymous with the word difficult. We don't need to say hard anymore. You just say Dark Souls. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. I think where Minecraft was a game that isn't so surprising that the mainstream would love it. Singing along. Dark Souls is a game that is surprising that it latched onto the mainstream so well. And I think that's part of the power of what I love about Dark Souls is that, like, Dark Souls is a mainstream game. Which is wild because it's obscure in places, it's difficult in ways a lot of other titles aren't, but it has mainstream success and normies know about it. Normies know about Dark Souls, and I think that's a huge, huge thing to consider when we talk about Dark Souls. But yeah, what else can be said about these two games? Classic 2011 releases, right? Is that when Dark Souls came out? Yo, can we talk real quick about 2011? 2011 games. And yes, I know technically Minecraft came out in 2009, but the official release for Minecraft was 2011. All right, let me just list a few 2011 games. Portal 2, Dark Souls, Minecraft, technically, Dead Space 2, Batman Arkham City, Uncharted 3. You feeling this shit? LA Noire, Skyward Sword. And yeah, Skyrim, I guess, came out that year. Yeah, Skyrim was okay. 2011, a great year for video games. Great year for video games. Witcher 2 came out that year. Bastion. Did Bastion really come out? Yeah, Bastion came out. Damn. All right, but yeah, two classic 2011 games that probably two of the most influential games of the last decade. Couldn't be more different in their vibe and tone, but both difficult in their own ways, and both of them you kill dragons. But listen, only one game can move forward, chat. And that's what you have to decide right now. Will it be Minecraft or Dark Souls? Minecraft will be 1, Dark Souls will be 2. Best of luck moving forward. You have 1 minute. Oh my god. Oh my god. The Zoomers are out. They have both the Zoomers and the Boomers. All right, we have 15 seconds left. Can Dark Souls pull it out? Dark Souls, you got 1 HP. No Estus. Can you pull it out? You have 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Minecraft beats Dark Souls. Huh. Okay, Minecraft, I see you. Outer Wilds fans, we be sweating. We be sweating. Now, I got big love for Minecraft. I love Minecraft. Yeah, if you've been listening, you've heard me talk positively about Minecraft. I'm just surprised. I don't know. I'm surprised. I thought the way people were responding to stuff about Dark Souls, it would be Dark Souls. Sultan, I don't know. I think you're maybe looking more poorly on Minecraft than you should because a lot of kids like it. I might be wrong. I don't know what your issues with it are. I think Minecraft's a pretty important game. Really influential, fun to play, does stuff that no game has done better. Where Dark Souls like has some of that, but like I don't know. I think there's stuff in Dark Souls 3 that's just I'm not going to say objectively better, but that just feels better in a lot of ways than Dark Souls 1. Bloodborne does a lot of stuff. Games have iterated on Dark Souls better than games have iterated on Minecraft. But that's our winner. That is our winner of that round. In the semifinals, we'll have Outer Wilds versus Minecraft. Holy fuck. I'm nervous. I'm nervous for that shit. Nervous for that. All right. Do a Dark Souls versus Hollow Knight vote. I think Hollow Knight would probably win. But no, I don't have time for that. We got to keep moving. Breath of the Wild might give it a run for its money. I don't know. I think there's been a lot of love for Outer Wilds because there's 3 fan bases that I think probably are a lot of my viewers. My fan base, obviously, which I think are big Outer Wilds fans. I think there's some Jacob boys here, big Outer Wilds fans, and obviously a lot of Joseph Anderson people who maybe I'm wrong in saying you're Outer Wilds fans, but a lot of people wanted him to play it, loved watching him play it, and he probably viewed the game positively. So I think those 3 things give Outer Wilds kind of an edge. We'll see though. But Minecraft has been dominating. It has been dominating. Beating games that I'm surprised to beat. Beating games that are hard to beat. Okay. We move back to the other side of the bracket where we have an interesting matchup of 2 old. I mean, Portal 2 is 2011. I guess we just found out. 2 kind of classic-ish games though. Between Shadow of the Colossus and Portal 2. Let's get a. Ooh, that's intense. This is too short. Too short. Here, this is sweet and sad. 2011, 10 years ago. Ancient. Decade. All right, we have Shadow of the Colossus and Portal 2. Yeah, obviously quite different games. Both have similar qualities in that they are games that I think are hard to replay. They're pretty much both puzzle-based games that once you know what's going on, it is harder to want to replay. Shadow of the Colossus is all about environment, giving you time between colossi fights, between different moments of pain and suffering, to give you time to think, to explore the world, to have that giant sense of scale, and yeah, lose yourself a bit in that. It's a game, I think, about getting lost and trying to find yourself, both in how it works and the themes of it. Did you like the final boss of Shadow of the Colossus? I think the final boss is the worst boss in Shadow of the Colossus. There are moments of it that I like. I like once you get up to the body. I think it's like okay, like the end, like really once you get up to the shoulders, I like that. Like jumping from hand to arm and then to the back. I like that a lot. But and I like that. I did not like the lead up so much. I like the final shit at the end. But to each their own. The small colossi are kind of weird. Anyway, yeah. Shadow of the Colossus, great game. Big important. And then Portal 2, which is not about scale at all. It is not about getting lost. It is more about, just moving through it. Figuring out complicated puzzles. Figuring out, Odyssey's gonna get fucked over. No shot. Yes, no shot. Figuring out complicated puzzles, working through interesting character interactions, cute, funny robots, and This bops. I forgot how much the music in Portal 2 bops. Scale plays a bit. Yeah, not to the same level that Shadow does. Remember when Valve made video games? God, I do. Yep. I don't know. A game that I'm really excited to replay once I forget even more of it. And I think I'm getting close. I think I'm getting close to being... It's been 10 years since I last played it. So I think I'm getting close to being able to replay it. I've not seen the third Portal mod. That's awesome. I don't know exactly how that'd work. This bops. But yeah, I mean, two great games that do very, very different things. That have both stood the test of time. You know, 2011 might not sound that long ago when you say it as 2011, but yeah, when you think of 10 years, and then you think of Shadow of the Colossus, which is like 17 years, both of these games have aged well. Again, I haven't played Portal 2 in a while because I'm trying to forget it, but I've seen some clips of it. It still looks good, and the core of the design is simple enough that it still works really well. The controls, I don't think I'd agree that they don't age well. I think they're supposed to feel a little floaty, and that just doesn't work for everyone. I think the way the controls work are pretty intentional, because The Last Guardian is so similar, and I think it's intentional too. And that might be a design choice that you don't like, and that's perfectly valid. But anyway, this is our matchup. I think it's a solid matchup. You know how it is. You know how it goes. We can only choose one of these great games. And this is the moment. Your 1 will be Shadow of the Colossus. Your 2 will be Portal 2. You have 1 minute, chat. Make it a good one. Oh, fuck. Holy shit. Wow. 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 30 seconds left. What the fuck? Wait. All right. "15 seconds. 10 seconds. Can I get some bots out here for Shadow? No, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Portal 2, the winner. Biased. What's the bias? It should be biased towards me. Towards the games I want to win. Dude, imagine the crossover though. Imagine Shadow of the Portal of the Colossus. Imagine. Oh yeah. I do love Portal 2. I do love Portal 2. I voted for Shadow of the Colossus after it had clearly lost. We're okay. I'm also allowed to vote. Presidents can vote for themselves. I don't think Portal... we'll see. We'll see. All right, chat. On to the next one. What's the fucking... This is the one. On to the next one. Look, I think we already know how this is going to go, but I got to talk about them. It's the format. We got Mario Odyssey versus Breath of the Wild. Two of the big Switch games. The modern versions of these titles. Oh, I gotta move Shadow of the Colossus. You mean Portal 2? But I'm surprised in Portal 2 here. Okay, cool. Anyway. Talking about banned word behemoths. We got Odyssey versus Breath of the Wild. I think both changing up the formula, but also showing that they love the old games in different ways. Both of them do that well. Mario does it a little more with its level design and a few of its mechanics. 2017 versus... Did Mario Odyssey really come out in 2017? Huh. Interesting. Solid level design. We talked about it before. It shows how much it appreciates previous Mario games and iterates further on them. It is a lot of fun, albeit a bloated time. Only one of these games got DLC. True. October 27th. Wow. 2 goats a year to nothing good sense. I don't know that I agree with that, but yeah, they obviously front loaded their shit pretty hard. Did they both get DLC? Yeah, what was the DLC for Odyssey? The Balloon World. Luigi Balloon. Interesting. All right. So that's our little pitch for Odyssey. But look, we also got to talk about Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild not only pushed forward what Zelda games could do, but they push forward in a lot of ways what open worlds can do. And we haven't seen anything, I think, in the mainstream yet that has done it as daringly as Breath of the Wild. I can call Breath of the Wild bloated too. Here's the thing. If you try to complete either game, they're bloated. Right? That's the thing. I don't think Odyssey's meant to be completed. I think it makes it a worse game. Just like if you're trying to get all the Korok seeds, the game's bad and bloated as fuck. You know? That's not how the game should be played. What's interesting is I think most other Mario games are really built around completing, where Odyssey is less so. And that's not a bad thing. It's just different. It's just different. Anyway. This song's epic as fuck. Beautiful. Odyssey does show the number, sure, which probably makes you want to collect them more than Breath of the Wild does. That is an interesting thought. Breath of the Wild, I think, not just pushed forward the identity of Zelda, it also did stuff other open world games haven't, and as I said, haven't really done since. I think you see some influence from Breath of the Wild in stuff like Ghost of Tsushima. I think you see it a lot in indie games. Certain bits of stuff like, I'd say A Short Hike, certain stuff of The Pathless, definitely influenced by it, and cool to see. And I hope we get more of that moving forward, and I hope Nintendo moves forward with it in an interesting way. I don't think Immortal actually takes that much from Breath of the Wild. I think Immortal really just feels more like another Ubisoft game, but maybe I need to play more of it. Maybe I just need to play more of it. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. I think obviously, chat, my personal biases. I'm not going to try to push that too hard. I think these are two pretty incredible Nintendo games, though. And I remember thinking at the end of 2017, I'm so happy that Nintendo is moving in this direction. Not every moment of both games are perfect. There are things that I hope future entries that hopefully both come out on Switch address and change to kind of perfect what they started here. I will say maybe more than any other game on this list, both Odyssey and Breath of the Wild gave me this feeling of I am so lucky to be alive and playing games right now. I think these two games push that idea forward more than most and are a good reminder of that. Yeah, the announcement at the Direct. That'd be nice. That'd be nice if it was Breath of the Wild related. But anyway, listen. Part of it's going to be preference of what you like more, a Mario or a Zelda. Part of it's going to be what you think moved the series forward more, a Mario or a Zelda. Both have a different design philosophy that actually is pretty similar to each other. A design philosophy that I largely enjoy. So, with these two Nintendo, and listen, chat, I'll say it. With these two Nintendo behemoths, it's time to decide which is better. Mario Odyssey or Breath of the Wild. Mario Odyssey is your 1, Breath of the Wild is your 2. You have 1 minute to vote. Vote well. Sorry, Odyssey. Odyssey, you tried your best. You have a good soundtrack at least. But at least here in a Rasputin stream, in a Rasputin chat in 2021, when we're talking about innovation, I'm sorry, you don't have a fucking chance. Holy shit, in the biggest landslide of the night. We got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Winning by almost 100 votes. Almost 100 votes. We have Breath of the Goddamn Wild. Did you get your moon from voting? Did you pick it up? Did you get it? Odyssey has a better soundtrack. I disagree. I do think Odyssey has a great soundtrack, though. Well, rough stuff. Rough stuff. Not all that surprising. All right, chat. Red Eel, thanks for the prime. Holy fuck, that was big. That was a big victory. Not surprised it won. Surprised it won that hard. All right, chat. We're in the finals. Let me do some shit real quick. Oh, this is a... All right. Let me tell you my finals prediction. My prediction for the Final Four was thus. I thought it would be Outer Wilds. I thought there was a shot it was The Last of Us, but I was pretty sure Outer Wilds... in my mind, I thought if Outer Wilds can be Mass Effect, if it can beat Mass Effect, I think it can get to the semifinals. If it can beat Mass Effect 2, it can get to the semifinals. I figured if it beat this, people in this chat loved it enough. The thing about gambling is I think it influences the vote. I think you run into a problem where it influences the vote. Because people might vote on what they think will win instead of what they want to win. That is my issue with doing the gambling. Which is too bad, because it would be a fun thing to gamble on. But yeah, I think it could influence vote. Yeah, so I figured Outer Wilds had a pretty good shot of making it here. If it wasn't Outer Wilds, I figured it'd be The Last of Us, but my guess would have been Outer Wilds. Here, I was positive Hollow Knight would move to the semis. I thought this would be The Witcher 3. I thought The Witcher 3 would dominate, not dominate, I thought The Witcher 3 would eke out Portal 2, and then probably Shadow of the Colossus versus Witcher 3, and that Witcher 3 stands would push that forward. And then, honestly, I had a coin flip between these two. I hoped it would be Breath of the Wild, but I had a coin flip between Undertale and Breath of the Wild. So, two of my 4 guesses were right. How did you guys do? How did you guys do with your predictions? Minecraft easy. Okay. Let's tweet this out. Tweet this out to get people for the final 4. All right. Right on 10 out of 12 guesses. Damn, pretty good. Best-selling game of all time. Yeah, but I mean, Fortnite's played all the time, and I think Fortnite would get fucking smacked here. It's not always about best selling. It's about like belovedness. And obviously the best selling does help Minecraft because a lot of people played it, right? And that's why I think Minecraft might have the edge over here, over our boy Outer Wilds, just because a lot of people may not have played it. Hollow Knight won best soundtrack. Hollow Knight won best soundtrack. It was Hollow Knight versus Outer Wilds. GTA 5 is second. Would you put it on here? Can you, what do you mean? I don't. Oh, you're saying it's a second one. It's a high selling game. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. It's not just about high selling. Yeah. I get you. And some people would have. I got a lot of comments on YouTube being like, "Hey, why isn't it on here?" Which was a little surprising, to be honest. Control R? Rusty Ricotta, what does Control R do? You gotta tell me what Control R does. I gotta know. Control R brings back Hollow Knight. Oh, I mean, I really like Hollow Knight, so I mean, I guess. Bro, this isn't Hollow Knight. This is Bennett. Did you just reset me to the beginning of fucking Bennett Foddy? God fucking damn it. Haha, got you. Shammy's only here to say that having BioShock in competition for the best game ever made invalidates the result automatically. Could have had BioShock Infinite. How would you have felt about that one? Listen, I'm pretty mid on BioShock, but from talks I had, from things I looked up, Ken Levine's interesting. Ken Levine having some bad news days recently. Maybe Ken Levine out here being like, hey, stop, bro. One thing I'll say, and I made the comment before about BioShock, is in his attempts, Twitter revealed that BioShock Infinite really was cool balloons. And I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I'm all about that. Cool balloons. That was fun. But yeah, I was saying earlier that like in BioShock's attempts to condemn certain behaviors, it actually made a lot of dude bros be like, hey, yes. I am entitled to the sweat of my own brow. I do want to go to a city beneath the sea. Where only, you know, people like me can be. How are we judging these games? You know, I'm having chat vote on them. I'm sure they're using all different sorts of things. We are talking, obviously you can never pull up personal bias, but we are talking mostly on the grounds of influence, how well it plays today, you know, how it holds up to modern standards, shit like that, good shit like that. But yeah. And it's been interesting. I want to shoot bees. Yeah, Minecraft had a pretty dominating win over Dark Souls. Or a pretty solid win over Dark Souls. And then beat Hollow Knight by 2 votes, which is a little surprising. I expected Hollow Knight to win. Anyway, chat, we are in the semifinals. So... Chat. We have worked through for the last 4.5 hours voting on game after game to get to this point. And now, after all that time, we are finally here. We are in the final 4. We have weighed the different games, looked at their impact, looked at the special things they did, looked at how they made us feel. And now we are going to decide which deserves to move forward to the very end of this tournament, which deserves the holy spot of the finals. Our 4 entries. The time-bending, beautiful space odyssey of Outer Wilds. The massive sandbox experience of Minecraft. The brain-bending puzzles of Portal 2. And the lonely, broken-down view of a familiar world in Breath of the Wild. The way we vote is I will talk about the games a little bit, and you will type in 1 or 2 when the voting option comes up. Don't do it before then because it won't matter or do anything. But when it does, then yeah, that's good. That's what it'll be. Anyway, chat, enough preamble. Enough hype. It is time for us to decide which of these games will move to the finals. And let's start with Outer Wilds in Minecraft. We have talked a fair bit. I think we have talked a fair bit about the atmosphere of Outer Wilds, the connected feeling of Outer Wilds, the experience that it gives you, that it trusts players to have on their own, of not guiding too much. and letting you navigate your path through this puzzly galaxy, or solar system rather, and put the story of that together and have these aha moments that unparalleled, beautiful to have, beautiful to see. And that banjo, an all-time soundtrack for sure. Some interesting story elements, interesting characters, terrifying moments, and a game where the adventure feels like your own. Game where the adventure feels like the path you took was unique because it was. And it is certainly beautiful and special because of that. Do you have any additional thoughts? Anything that you guys want to add about Outer Wilds? I don't think we have to go in depth. Outer Wilds is obviously a newer entry than Minecraft. Oh, hydrates. How many hydrates do I got? 5, we'll say? We'll make up 5? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Yeah, very, very few games trust players the way Outer Wilds does. And it does it in a successful way that pays off a ton for those who engage. Both are about destruction creation, yeah. And I think that'll be our transition point, right? Is as much as Outer Wilds is about self-exploration, and granted, while Outer Wilds world very much so is, manufactured. What's a good song to play from Minecraft that I haven't? What's like the big final song? Sweden? Stall? No, that's not what I'm thinking of. What song plays during the credits? Cat does not play during the credits. What the... I don't care. The credit song is popping. Just play... I'm not going to play Cat. Alright, we'll play... a classic in Hagstorm. Yeah, Minecraft, another game all about discovery. This of a, randomly or procedurally generated world. I don't actually know what it is. Randomly, we'll say random. That you get to explore and manipulate to your liking to make it the world you want to see. You can't not include the idea of mods, right? It's been mentioned a handful of times. Mods change the game a lot. Obviously it's not part of the base, but it's how people experience the game now. So you can't not include it, right? You can't not include discussion and the importance of them. I think for me, Minecraft came at a very good time in my life where I was off at college and scared and lonely and looking for ways to hold on to my childhood while still growing up and not having to be destructive. And Minecraft offered that kind of pathway. It offered that ability to do so, where I felt like a kid again playing it, but then could close my laptop and not step on Lego bricks. It gives players a lot of freedom, maybe arguably too much freedom, in that some of the ways that you have to figure out how to fucking make things isn't the most intuitive, and you have to end up looking up a guide. But that was part of the fun, to be honest. That was part of the community and part of my experience that made it feel unique and special. it has helped programs and created jobs. Yeah, very interesting, very cool. But yeah, I guess what I can say about both of these games that I played probably like 7-8 years apart is that they came at perfect times in my life to teach me different things and to like be able to escape in them and like just fucking chill in different ways and enjoy them in different ways. And I don't know. It's like, don't get me wrong, I think in some ways I still am chasing the high of Minecraft, right? Like Minecraft, true, you can play it for hundreds of hours. It's kind of infinitely playable because of all the randomness, the infinite aspect of it. I will say I 100% like still view the first time I ever played it and that feeling of like, oh, I gotta dig a hole before night comes. The first like 3 hours of playing that game, I've never had again playing it, and I loved so much. I bet you have. I have beaten the Ender Dragon, if that's what you mean by beating Minecraft. But yeah, social aspect's amazing. And then yeah, Outer Wilds, another game that I'll be chasing forever. Like once you beat it once, it's not that there's no worth in going back to play it. It's not that there's no worth in just inhabiting that beautiful solar system. But once you know what's up, once you know how everything works, you can't replay it. So it's both these games that I feel like I've been chasing highs for forever. But yeah. Listen, these are two hugely important games to me. Got a lot of love for them, and it's gonna honestly hurt to see either of them go. Watching people, dude, I said it on Twitter. I haunt the Outer Wilds section on Twitch. I am there. The easiest way to get in communication with me is if you are looking through the Outer Wilds section and just click through and find someone playing it, and chances are I'm there. Chances are I'm there. But look, chat, a vote has to happen. We can't just sit here and say both of them deserve it, that both of them are great in their own ways. We have two things that provided me unique experiences. Outer Wilds, which is one that I've never had before and never will have again. And Minecraft has been one that I've been able to return to over the years. It's like the one-hit wonder. Well, not exactly the one-hit wonder. That's a bad way to put it. Yeah. It's a tough comparison between these two games because of how they're consumed and how they interact. But we'll have to see how it goes. Chat, if I may say, two absolute behemoths here in indie development. Two games that we are so lucky that their great ideas were seen by people with more money so that they could help fund both Outer Wilds and Minecraft to become the Leviathans that they are today. The Titans. So you have to determine which of these two is better. One will be Outer Wilds, and two will be Minecraft. You have 1 minute to vote. Vote well. "30 seconds to vote, chat." It's looking like Minecraft has the edge. Outer Wilds still in striking distance, though. 15 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. With 57% of the vote, we have Minecraft. This hurts. I'll be honest, it hurts. It hurts, but I respect the choice. I respect the process and I respect the choice. I respect our democracy. It hurts, though. It hurts. I'll be honest, you keep insulting Minecraft, but I think that, like, I don't understand the take, if I'm being honest. Don't get me wrong, I would have picked Outer Wilds. And I would have picked Hollow Knight. And maybe even Dark Souls. But I think Minecraft's an amazing game. Minecraft is really that. I mean, that's the thing. That is, yeah. Minecraft. To be frank, Minecraft is a more important game. I can't deny that. And don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I hope that in 20 years we look back and are like, Outer Wilds is the most important game ever made. I hope to God that happens. That'd be so beautiful. Yeah, that'd be so incredible. But I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Well, that hurts. I'm going to play a song for my friend Outer Wilds. It's going to be a version that can't get copyright struck, so get ready for some Ludwig chat.
It's been a long day without you, my friend.
Outer Wilds,
And I'll tell you
we love you.
about it when I see you again.
In the 2022 season,
From where we began.
maybe you'll have better luck.
All about it when I see you.
Maybe once you're officially on Game Pass on PC, more people will have played you, and Minecraft will have no chance. No, this is fine. It's Ludwig. it's fine. It's not good enough. All right, we won't get to the rapping part. It's not good enough to get DMCA. No offense to Ludwig. All right, let's move to the next category. Can I get some Atriox 7s, dude? God damn. Okay. So, our other final category is Portal 2 versus Breath of the Wild. All right, I keep playing songs and I want to talk over them, but then it's like, this song bops so hard, I forgot how good this soundtrack was. That has been the constant theme of this one. We do love science. This is from Portal 2, yeah. Some cat jams. Look, hard games to compare. I will say Portal 2 so far has been the big open world-ish killer, so it might have a good chance here. Portal 2 is perfect. I don't know if I agree with that. So things to talk about, I guess. You know, Portal 2, what I will say, I don't know that I'd say Portal 2 is perfect, but I will say, I think Portal 2 has execution, just an execution, it's a banger of an execution. You know, like, it does most of what it's trying to do really well. It expands the ideas of the last game. It's complicated yet simple. We've talked a bunch about the great writing, the great comedy, the great Valve comedy that we barely ever fucking get to see anymore. To answer real quick, do I think Outer Wilds is perfect? No. I think there's some flaws with it, but I love it. Don't think it's perfect sequel. Yeah, a very good sequel. Tons of creator levels. I haven't really played any creator levels, but that'll be interesting. I should at some point. Yeah, I don't know. It just elevates everything from the first game, creates some interesting puzzles, adds new mechanics to it. You know, and clearly is an inspiration. Granted, we haven't seen much else from Valve since. You know, they've been relatively quiet with obviously the Portal series and mostly games in general, I suppose, except for, I guess, Alex being the big one. No, this is too a little too intense. A little too intense. Seems weird as fuck. I can't believe Portal 2's here at all. I'm surprised. Portal 2's getting some crazy love, some big love. But yeah, anyways, what I was trying to say, Portal 2 definitely inspired puzzle games to come, not just in what they do and how they work, but also the tone of them, right? I mean, let me look at something. Actually, never mind. I was going to say that the Stanley Parable is clearly inspired by Portal 2, but it's actually not. Because it came out like 3 months after, so it's probably not. But maybe inspired by Portal. So actually, never mind. Just scrap that point. But I think kind of the tone, the comedic tone of a lot of Superliminal, yeah, for sure, and how the designs work. But the comedic tone of these puzzle games, right, where they put you in these mind-bending situations with scientists who are clearly geniuses, but also goofballs. Beginner's Guide is really nothing like... Beginner's Guide, way. I don't think that's inspired by Portal. Beginner's Guide, good as fuck, though. Good as fuck. But yeah, you know, you don't get the mind bending as nearly as many mind bending puzzles that are out there without Portal 2. So yeah, points for Portal 2. Really good execution. I've seen a few people say it maybe outstays its welcome a bit, but I didn't really have that problem. I found it pretty good the whole way through. But yeah. So now let's compare a very linear experience to not one at all. We got Breath of the Gosh Dang Wild. Another Portal games on PS4. Bridge Builder Switch. Oh, I forgot about Bridge Builder. Yeah, Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is weapon. We already talked about this. Breath of the Wild weapon durability, good actually. Actually good. It is actually good. The game would be way worse without it. Could it have been switched up to be executed a little better? Yeah, for sure. Of course. But is it important? Yeah, for sure. Of course. Yeah, I don't know. Breath of the Wild, we've talked about it multiple times. Same with how we've talked about all the games. Gives you a big world to explore, trusts you to explore it, gives you interesting puzzles, certainly doesn't bend your mind in the same way that the puzzles in Portal 2 do, but they challenge you enough where you feel good about figuring them out, and are curious enough about finding answers that you wish to keep looking for them. Here's what I'm looking for. Sorry. Yeah, you want to keep looking for them. Love your videos. Thank you. I appreciate you. Really cool secrets in the world for sure. Sorry, my boom arm is so squeaky, chat. Yeah, great soundtracks that do completely different things. Great games that do completely different things. That's really what we have here with Breath of the Wild and Portal 2. Which is always the trouble with these. 900 is too many Korax. I mean, I disagree with you, Barry. It depends how you play games. If you're playing every game to collect everything in it, then sure, it's too much. But you're not supposed to. The game, they're not designed to collect them all. If you want to, you can. But if your goal is to catch them all, like, or get them all, like, I don't want to say you're playing it wrong, but you're not playing it in the way that the Korax seeds were designed. I think there being 900 of them is actually amazing because it means no matter where you go, there's something interesting there. And you need a lot of them, frankly. I think you only need like half of them. You only need like 400 to get all the slots. The rest from there are just like because you're a completionist and that's what you love to do. And don't get me wrong, there's so many, but I think design-wise it was the right choice to have that many. So yeah, two great games. I knew stuff like this would happen where it's really hard to compare the two because they do such different things. I think both will be highly, obviously Breath of the Wild is newer, so it's had less time to do so, but both highly inspirational and will be highly inspirational to games moving forward. And yeah, I mean, Breath of the Wild, I think, pushed forward the open world genre, and I think Portal 2 did as well. Not open world, but the puzzle genre. Church Chill, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. How many are needed is up to the designers. Can make every individual one worth more. Yeah, true. From what I played, I felt like the amount I needed was the perfect amount that I found from just adventuring around. I didn't feel super limited by inventory spots, and I don't think I grinded out Korax seeds at all. So, but look, chat, we have to make a choice between these two games. Similar in some ways in their focus on mystery and puzzles, but obviously much, much different. Portal 2 is a titan of the puzzle, mind-bending genre. Games have been inspired by it for years and will continue to be. And Breath of the Wild is a titan of the open world genre. And Nintendo's way of saying, hey, remember Skyward Sword? What if we never did that again? So look, you have to pick one or the other. Or I guess you don't need a vote. That is also valid. That is also valid. You are allowed to not vote. Chat, your ones will be Portal 2, your twos will be Breath of the Wild. Make a good decision. Godspeed. .30 seconds remain. We have a difference of about 20 votes, which is looking good for the Breath of the Wild folks, but Portal 2 is not out of it. Portal 2 still is a contender. All it takes is one portal to shoot you through the head. 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The voting is over with 57% of the vote. We have Breath of the Wild moving on to the finals. Portal. Portal. You did well. Honestly, way further than what I expected. But this is all I have to say to you.
She was a lot like you. Maybe not quite as heavy. Those were caramels in you too. One day they woke me up.
What? What?
It's such a shame the same will never happen to you.
Yeah, that was a close one. I'm glad it wasn't a domination.
That's what I'm counting on.
Solid win from Breath of the Wild. I do want to say, chat, can we get a round of applause, to be honest?
Oh, did you think I meant you?
Can we get a round of applause for Portal 2?
If it weren't so sad.
I think Portal 2 has been the Cinderella story of this bracket. I think it getting out of the first round, something I'm surprised by. I think I'm surprised by the love still held for Portal 2 over The Witcher 3, because I know a lot of people put The Witcher 3 as their favorite game of all time. Quantum, thank you for the Prime. So I'm surprised it got out of there. And then to beat Shadow of the Colossus, which look, Shadow of the Colossus has aged a little bit, aged worse than Portal 2, I'd say, but a hard game to beat. So in order to make it to the semifinals, big congrats to Portal 2. Yeah, a true Cinderella story.
This was a triumph.
This is how we can feel about it, is that it was a triumph.
I'm making a huge success. It's hard to overstate myself.
I should, yeah, if I would, I mean, it still would have lost by a vote. It still would have lost by a vote.
Science. We do what we must because
Interesting that it almost won out, though.
for the good of
You want to hide the poll for the final vote?
the ones who are dead.
I can do that.
There's no sense crying over every mistake. You just keep on trying till you run out of hope. Then the science gets done and you make a neat plan for the people who are still alive.
We can hide it. Get the suspense. Which,
Angry,
cool. It will be hid.
being so
It will be hid for the final. All right. Well,
my heart killed me. I'm torn into pieces.
impressive.
To every piece
Impressive.
into
Impressive to be here, chat. Do you feel alive? Do you feel alive? This is Bob. All right. Gotta stop listening to it, though. Still alive? Third place is a good idea. Yeah, we can do third place. We can do a third place. So just Outer Wilds versus Portal. Should we do that before? Should we do that before is what you're saying then? Yeah, before for sure. All right, chat. We're not going to do a big talk about it. We're just going to jump into the vote for it. We got two games that I think fall into that category that I love so much. My favorite kind of games, which are games that you can never replay or games that are really hard to replay. And both of them fall into it. Incredible puzzles, incredible ways to make you feel amazing while playing something. Outer Wilds game certainly provides more of an existential feeling and reflection, where Portal 2, not to say it doesn't have any of that, because it does. Portal 2, though, is a more lively, fun affair that's a great way to spend a weekend and have some fun, tell some jokes, and goof around. But listen, you gotta vote for one or the other. Only one of them can be third place. So, what is it gonna be? Which is better, Outer Wilds, which will be your 1, or Portal, which will be your 2? Best of luck and Godspeed. You have 1 minute. Holy fuck. It is a tug of war here. We've only had 15 seconds, 20 seconds moving on. Portal 2 definitely with a slight edge, but Outer Wilds waiting to strike at any moment. And guess what? Raz is joining the fight, chat. Raz is joining the fight. We have 25 seconds left. Can Portal 2 hold on to this lead that it has, or will Outer Wilds overtake it? 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Can somebody send this to r/Outer Wilds? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Have I told you about this video idea I have coming up? It should be pretty fun. It's about some different stuff. It's like the ethics of typing the letter 1 and why you should just type the number 1 and why you should just press 1 all the fucking time instead of 2. 2, 1. All right. The winner for third place is Portal 2. Portal 2 wins third place. Congratulations. Congratulations. You fucker. You had to beat down Outer Wilds even more. Goddamn. Goddamn. A Cinderella story. I think probably one of the lower seeds pulling out a solid third place finish. A round of applause. A round of applause for Portal 2. Cool. Anyway. Do I need a refresh with the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire hype song? Yeah, of course I do. Of course I do. We know the drill. It's equal parts no Raz, we don't find you funny versus yeah, I like the bit. And guess what? Guess what wins? Chat. We've made it to the finals. In a heartbreaking display, Outer Wilds lost to Minecraft. Portal lost to Breath of the Wild, and then Portal was able to pull out a third place victory. But look, we don't care about third place or fourth place or fifth place or sixth place or all the way down to 16th. I could have kept going, but the bit felt old. We only care about first and second place. And the two games that are going to be in this position are great ones. Both open world in their own sorts of ways, albeit differently. Giving direction to the player to explore, to feel, to connect to places. We have Minecraft, the 2011, technically alpha coming out in 2009, but the 2011 gem that has redefined games, that has influenced the mainstream market. It has sold more copies than like anything, right? Like Tetris maybe is more, right? It hits hard. It does well. People play it. It's been out for 10 years and more people are playing it now than ever. What the fuck? Versus Breath of the Wild. the reinvention of the Zelda series, an open world game that is better than most open world games, and it was Nintendo's first. They're like, hey, fuck it. Let's go with it. Let's do it. What if we made a better open world game than everyone else? Okay, cool. Let's do it. And they did. They made a lonely world that I love and love to be in. 2 games. 1 winner. Chat, who will it be? Was that a good hype up enough? Was that there? Was that good? Oh, wrong song. Didn't want that up again. No, what the fuck? Alright, fuck it. Chat. We're not even gonna play music from the 2 games this time. No point in doing it, I think. I think we just talk about it for a bit. We just talk about what they offer, continue the conversation of what I just had. Sorry. The one thing was situational. That test is over. We figured it out. Things to focus on, you know, games that still play well now, which I think is both. Games that obviously you like, your bias should and can play, and games that are important. I think both of these games are pretty important. Obviously, Minecraft has been around longer, so it's had a little more time to be impactful and sold more copies. Selling more copies does not equal better game, but obviously something that is this popular is popular for a reason. It is fun and cool, and I like it. And Breath of the Wild, like, made me have faith in Nintendo again. God damn had I lost faith in Nintendo. And don't get me wrong, after the Melee stuff, I'm kind of losing it again. But like, yeah, this is to decide the best game, not the most important. Granted, importance does factor into it, right? Influence does factor in, but it's not the only thing, right? If you like Breath of the Wild more, if you think it's a better game, then you should vote it. If you think Minecraft's a better game, you should vote it. If part of what makes you think something's a better game is that of how influential it is, put that in there too. I have zero faith in Nintendo. Well, yeah, you didn't like the weapon durability, and it was like the best part of the game. So, of course you don't. Best part of the game is a joke. Definitely wasn't, but I liked it. Anyway, Breath of the Wild also stupidly popular. Look, I think these are 2 incredible games. Obviously massively popular. Probably not all that. This is you know, this is what are two good college basketball teams? It's like Duke versus, you know, this is like what you'd expect. It's like Duke versus North Carolina. Do any of you watch basketball? Because I don't. Badgers aren't that good usually. Yeah, sure. Baylor and whatever, Gonzaga. Anyway, two. May I say? Can I say it, chat? Am I allowed to say it? Is it okay if I say it? Say it? Yeah? Do it? Alright, listen. Minecraft and Breath of the Wild. 2 behemoths. Alright? They are behemoths of games with massive worlds to explore and enjoy. Beautiful things to see. And experiences that feel like your own. Partially just because of their scope. Obviously in Minecraft's case, it's that, you know, your world seed might just be unique to you. But both games that are able to let individuals explore an adventure in their own way. And I'm glad that these 2 are in the finals. I think they are at the heart of what I love in games, which is letting go of the player's hands, and just letting them enjoy what's in front of them. But listen, chat, we can only have one winner. So, it is our duty and our right to vote. You can either vote for Minecraft, the sandbox sensation that swept the nation. I've already hit it, don't worry. Or, I don't have a good rhyme for Breath of the Wild. Or, Breath of the Wild, the reinvention of Zelda and the evolution of the open world. Two behemoths up against each other in this moment. I will count down for the voting. The poll is hidden. You should not see it show up. So, if you would like to vote for Minecraft, you will type in 1. If you would like to vote for Breath of the Wild, you will type in 2. Okay? Minecraft 1, Breath of the Wild 2. Make your votes now. 5. What? Sorry. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have 1 minute. Again, if you would like to vote for Minecraft, it is 1. And if you would like to vote for Breath of the Wild, it is 2. I will keep reminding you of that because new people coming in might not have any idea what the fuck's going on because it's not showing up on screen. We are approaching 30 seconds left in the voting. Again, if you would like to vote Minecraft, type in 1 now. If you would like to vote Breath of the Wild, type in 2. And one last time with 15 seconds left. If you would like Minecraft, type in 1. If you would like Breath of the Wild, type in 2. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Our voting has commenced. The votes have been counted. They have been tallied. Commenced? Commenced is the opposite of what I wanted, right? Finished. No, commenced. What is a commencement speech? Isn't that the end? Isn't that like the speech that you give when you finish something? Ah, whatever. Who gives a fuck? I majored in English. I know English too. All right. Finish. We finish. We have 2 games here. The final vote, the winner had 91 votes, 55% of the vote, and the loser had 74 votes, 44% of the vote. Chat, you called in. You made your voice heard. And the winner? The winner, chat, is Breath of the Wild. In a close victory between 2 of the games that you'd probably expect to be in here, the winner is probably the game you expected to win. And we've done it, chat. We have determined the best game ever made. It is Breath of the Wild. Is anyone surprised? Anyone shocked? Oh, anyone shocked about what you expected? Pog, congratulations to Breath of the Wild for winning. Not shocked, but happy. Me too. And there's only one way to celebrate success. My heat's going in, it's loud. With Terrytown. Let's go near the end though. Vengeance for Outer Wilds. I guess so, chat. I guess so. I mean, it's hard. It's hard. We did it. We did it, Zelders. We did it. And the winner is time to crown it the winner. Breath of the Wild. I should have sized these so they were actually the same size. What if? Imagine if he had done a good job with this. Oh fuck. Imagine. Well, a very solid competition.
Bruh.
Imagine sizing. Imagine just doing it correctly. Bruh. Hollow Knight versus Breath of the Wild? I mean, Breath of the Wild beat Minecraft, so therefore Breath of the Wild would beat Hollow Knight. Chad, I appreciate you being here for the 2021 season. It's been a lot of fun. It's been fun going through it. Look, I usually don't get this many viewers. I had like 250 of you before Joseph rated, which is rare for me. Tipsy Phoenix, thank you for the sub. I do lots of stuff over here on Twitch. On Thursdays, I'm going to be running challenges. Sundays, I play Hollow Knight Sunday. And it's fun stuff. I will do more of these brackets. So if you're interested, stick the fuck around. I'll post about some of it on Twitter, maybe on YouTube. The next bracket will not be the best video games of all time. It'll be a different subject that we'll explore. I want to do this bracket again, though. Obviously, I'm not doing Hollow Knight versus Breath of the Wild. No point. That's not the point of the bracket. I have a bunch of ideas. I would like to do another best video games of all time, maybe with a few different entries, and also switching up stuff. So you want me to run the game that won versus a game that lost in the first round? Yeah, I'd do a Boomer edition. I think a SNES edition would be fun. I'm not going to do it, so please, please do not ask anymore. I appreciate your interest, but I'm not going to do it. Yeah, I'd like to switch it up. I mean, it's interesting too, right? Because like Undertale lost in the first round to Breath of the Wild. But would Undertale lose to other games? Like Undertale would have beat RE4, it would have beat Odyssey, it would have beat The Witcher. Probably, I think it would be Portal. It's always interesting. Yeah, I got tons of ideas to do, and we'll move through them. I think the next one I want to do is I've done best soundtracks. I want to do best individual song from a game. I think that one would be a lot of fun. We just listen to that song, compare them, and try to move forward and try to decide what has the best song in a game. I think that's what the next one will be that I'll probably do next month. Yeah, I think these brackets are a lot of fun. Not going to do too many of them. It'll be sick. Maybe I can extend that one to 32 because it'd be a little quicker. But if you think about it, think about how long this took. This is a 5.5 hour stream, which is pretty long for me. I can't go much longer than this, like just mentally. I talked about each game for probably about 10, 15 minutes. It just takes a while. If you talk about 16 games for 10 minutes or 16 songs for 10 minutes, that's a lot of time, right? That's pretty much just 3 hours to get through the first round. 32 would be so long, yeah. That's the issue, right? That's the trouble with it. Maybe a 2-stream bracket? Yeah, that's perfectly fair. That's perfectly fair. We'll see. We'll do more of these in the future and maybe have some help with selection from you guys in the future as well. But chat, yeah, this has been a lot of fun. Thank you for coming. For newer people here, thank you. A lot of fucking fun. Can I be? Yeah. Steve, you'll have to send in a application, but I'm sure we could find space for you. Yeah, fun stream. I love doing these, and I'd like to keep doing more as time goes on. That's about all I got for you guys. My throat hurts. This has been fun. I love doing these, and yeah, I hope you guys enjoy them. Try in general to find different ways to make new content for stream. And look, I think for me, part of the thing is, like, I'm not a streamer. I'm a YouTuber, and my talents aren't always in just playing video games. People like watching me play video games sometimes, right? But like, people like watching me talk about video games, which I like about these formats, right? I get 10 minutes to talk, or a handful of minutes to talk about each of the games, and try my best to like say why you should play them, or why they're great, or why they work. And I find that fun, right? I saw a few comments of people being like, Raz is good at making any game sound good. And that's what I'm going for. If I made you feel that way, especially if I made you feel that way about Odyssey, which I don't like that much, then I've succeeded. Yeah, you need to play Outer Wilds for sure. What are you... All right, let's fourth best according to chat. Fuck. All right, we're gonna drop a raid on Stapecape. I've said it, so now I'm dedicating to it. Stapecape's playing Yakuza, so for anyone that's like, why the fuck wasn't Yakuza on here? You can get some love for that over there. Drop a follow, drop a prime on Stapecape if you got it, and have fun. I haven't played Cyberpunk, so I probably can't. Raid Lud, since I insulted him. I will, unless I have more viewers than Lud, I will never raid Lud. I will never raid Ludwig unless I have more viewers. And here's the thing, I'm never gonna have more viewers. Bratcat, sorry. Ending right as you get here, apologize. I'm excited for the direct. Yeah, hopefully some good Zelda news. Anyway, thank you all for coming by. I will be live again on Thursday. Don't fully know exactly what I'm doing yet, but probably some sort of challenge that someone has given me. Raid message, just say, hey, say to Stapecape, Breath of the Wild won best game of all time. Tell Stapecape that Breath of the Wild officially is the best game of all time. It's the winner, and Stapecape will have to appreciate it. Much love to all of you. Have a great day. Peace and blessings. Bye.